Ce n'est pas un adieu, c'est juste un au revoir. Nos internationales battront toujours l'espoir. Et si nos frères tombent, nous chanterons leur mémoire. Et si c'est sous les bombes que s'écrit notre histoire, nous resserrerons nos rangs, nous planterons nos croix. Nous combattrons les vents de qui nous combattra. Comme un oiseau blessé dont la nuit volera. Mon oiseau liberté qui repart au combat. S'il faut mourir d'amour, mourir de liberté, partir comme un oiseau qui s'en est envolé, alors oui que je meurs comme un drapeau dressé, une rose tendue face au fusil pointé, une rose en martyr pour nos humanités, juste un bouquet d'amour pour nos amis tombés, qui n'ont oui que leurs fleurs à offrir au bûcher, qu'une fleur à leur tendre à ces fusils pointés. Que se lèvent tous ceux qui ont le même Dieu sur terre, puisque le Dieu des dieux, oui, c'est d'aimer son frère. Quelle que soit la douleur des blessures de nos âmes, de mon pays qui pleure quand on touche à la flamme, quels que soient les cimetières, enfants de notre patrie, la force des lumières tire plus loin qu'un fusil. Mon pays des lumières, il est l'heure de s'unir, ton drapeau triste France, il est l'heure de brandir. Que flotte pour toujours de ce vendredi noir, mon pays liberté, le drapeau de l'espoir. Un jour l'oiseau me dit comme un souffle le printemps, qu'un jour prochain, oui, sur la terre de nos enfants, il n'y aura plus la guerre, il n'y aura plus le sang, il n'y aura plus ces misères qui nous cernent à tout vent. Mon oiseau liberté ne craint pas les fusils, il ne craint pas les balles de toute tyrannie. Et même s'il s'envole, tué par l'infamie, renaîtra de ses cendres mon oiseau infini. Il repart au combat sous le ciel de novembre, la lumière renaîtra pour de meilleurs septembre. Il repart au combat face à l'ombre des nuits, il repart au combat contre la triste vie. Il vole sur les plaines, il s'en va triste plume, sous le chant de nos pères, sous le chant de la lune, au vent soufflant les terres quand martèle l'enclume. Nous chantons nos prières pour que la nuit s'allume. Chante avec moi frangin pour notre mère la terre, qu'ici-bas il n'est rien qui nous fasse lumière. Nous sommes tous en chemin vers l'obscur ou le clair, et perdus dans les crins de notre mère la terre, envolés sur le dos de l'oiseau liberté, emportés par les crocs de la haine incarnée. Si nous sommes cernés par tous les terrorismes, ceux du sang de la haine ou ceux de nos fascismes, s'il faut plus qu'une armée pour protéger nos livres, on ne combat jamais mieux qu'en ouvrant des livres. Pour cela fusillés qui pour l'éternité resteront le symbole de notre liberté. Nous chantons nos prières, nous chantons pour la terre, nous chantons la lumière contre l'obscurité. Tous les peuples du monde pour lever liberté, quelles que soient les prières pour ne pas oublier, main tendue à leurs frères contre fusil pointé, que nous sommes sur la terre tous frères d'humanité. Nous sommes fils des Ardennes, nous sommes fils de Provence, puis jusqu'aux Aquitaines, nous sommes la France. Nous sommes pays du libre, pays des tolérances, et face à l'assassin, nous offrons l'innocence de l'oiseau liberté face aux horreurs mitrailles. Nous ne quitterons jamais, oui, le champ de bataille. Nous n'avons qu'un seul Dieu, c'est la vie sur terre. Nous n'avons qu'un seul Dieu, c'est d'aimer son frère. Mon oiseau liberté ne craint pas les fusils, il ne craint pas les balles de toute tyrannie. Et même s'il s'envole, tué par l'infamie, renaîtra de ses cendres mon oiseau l'infini. Et même s'il s'envole, tué par l'infamie, renaîtra de ses cendres mon oiseau infini.
Hello. What's up, everybody? What's up? Rasta, JR, Thurlow, Ankthar, Feardadon, Strange Pie, Saladino, $10. Garrus, Slithe, Shepherd, Sindrami, Dead Whale, Muscle F, Cygnus, Bear, Brendan, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. I hope your Street Fighter 6 session was pleasant. It didn't sound like it was, but you know. Still gonna wish you the best. You know. Barely understood a word of that song, but it seemed quite hopeful despite everything. Yeah. Yeah, hopeful is one way to put it. it's uh it's a very politically loaded song, which I felt was fitting considering, you know, what's happening these days. And by these days I mean, I don't know, the past 100 years or something. Pleasant is a sensation I get from physical discipline these days, apparently. Mm. Well, that kind of makes sense, Brendan. What's up, Moncton? How are you doing today? Just dropping by to say that I've been watching the Disco Elysium playthrough. I'm in VOD 4. Oh man, you're at the beginning of this fantastic journey. You've got 46 more to go. Amazing. Are you watching on YouTube? Well, I mean, you have to, right? It's not on fucking Twitch anymore because of the fucking bullshit thing. Anyway, I've been really enjoying how deeply and patiently you're engaging with the game. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Moncton, anecdote enjoyer. That's a very mysterious, specific name. I'm sure it's referring to something that I'm just not aware of. I'm Googling because I'm just curious. It's a city in Canada, apparently. I'm not finding any specific reference, so I'm assuming it's a whole thing. What's up, Grim? How are you doing today? Good to see you. Yeah, so I think their deletion process is not going the way they intended it to. Because yeah, most days it seems like everything has disappeared, but then here and there I'm just gonna like go on my content manager in the dashboard and everything is back. So I don't really know what's happening, which is kind of weird. If I was gonna put my conspiracy theory hat, I'm not going to, but I could. I would have a lot of interesting hypotheses, which is all just me having fun with concepts of you know. It's most likely that the technical way in which they're doing it is not working perfectly right now. I didn't try to play them. Could be just the indexing that is still there. I actually did try to play them, and would they would play. I'm pretty sure. Although at that point, I think it's been a few days since I've seen them pop back again. So maybe they're finally, gone. But it's a reference to another streamer who lives in Moncton and often relays anecdotes from there. Hey, awesome, love that. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying the Disco Elysium playthrough. I'm gonna do a second playthrough of Disco Elysium on this channel in the future, sometime. The future is a bit things are a little vague right now because Elden Ring's just such a massive game that I'm not, I'm trying to not make too many plans outside of it. The next game that I know that I will play, unless you never, we're never completely safe from a change of heart. But the next game I'm supposed to play is Blueprints. I'm just not sure when that's gonna happen. I'm not sure if it's gonna be at the end of Elden Ring, which would mean, month from now, or if I'm gonna at some point take a break, do like a season break in Elden Ring because it's such a massive game and I don't want to burn out on it and all that. I don't know. Expedition 33 is also in the pipeline, and Disco Elysium Part 2, I guess I'm gonna call it, which should be a very fun playthrough because I'm gonna just make sure to pick all the terrible, depraved decisions that I did in the first playthrough, right? So it should really be a fun time. I'm gonna try to see all the things that I haven't seen the first time around, which, I'm sure there's more than 2 playthroughs worth of stuff in that game, but what's up, Credo? Are you getting tired of it? No, not now, but we're nowhere near even halfway through, so it's a long video game. Like there's a whole ass DLC in there and everything, so I don't know. It's in the best of timelines. I'm never growing tired of Elden Ring at all, and I just play it in one go, right? And we never have to do a break because that's ideal. But if I feel at some point that I need a little break from it after a few months, I won't run myself into the wall to the point that I don't want to start the game anymore. I'll just take a break for a while and then come back to it. That's the safest plan. Speaking of which, let's go sit on the main menu for a little bit. Let's see. We have a whole new area to explore today. Finally, my notes organized. It's great. I'm so excited. Ah, Jesus, forgot to start Steam. Yeah. Super Meatball franchise? Wait. I just opened Steam and the first thing that pops up is Super Meatball franchise sale. Is there more than one Super Meatball game? Super Meat Boy, sorry, Super Meatball. Super Meatball would be a great game. Just saying. What's up, Lord of War? Yeah, what's the... I didn't know there were more Super Meat Boy games. Produced by IKEA. I could go for Super Meatball right now. I wouldn't mind spaghetti and meatballs right now. You know what I would really like? Lasagna. I was watching a video of Beard Meats Food yesterday. Some of you may be familiar with that YouTuber. And he was doing like a all-you-can-eat lasagna sort of challenge. Man, I could go for lasagna right now. Sounds delicious. That's one of these days, I'm gonna order lasagna. I mean, I could go to the grocery store tomorrow and buy lasagna, but, like ready-made lasagna. I could make my own lasagna, but that's just a little bit too much effort. I'm tired these days. I just want to, I want to play Tekken and go to bed. Thank you for the welcome. Of course, of course. I had lasagna yesterday, homemade. Yeah, I mean, nothing beats homemade lasagna, but you can just make it exactly how you like it. But Have you seen Felt That? Of course I've seen Felt That. It's the most excited I've been for a video game in forever. Felt That Boxing. Best trailer of the entire week of announcements. Story rich tag. My mind is open, Brendan. I don't know how the story is going to be presented and how it's going to play out, but future game of the year. It can come out any year and it's game of the year, guaranteed. Game is putting its nuts on the table as the opening move. I respect it. It's a game that knows what it is. It's such a rare quality these days. Which game are we talking? Felt That Boxing. It's the Muppet boxing game. You've probably seen the trailer if you were watching the showcase. That game is, I don't know, it's everything for me right now. Dude, Brendan, the plunger scene. I can't tell you how many times I rewatched the plunger sequence and paused at different moments just to see the face of the character. I wasn't watching the Xbox. Oh, okay. You slept. Right. Okay, so Felt That Boxing. I'm not kidding when I say this. I'm not being facetious. It is the best looking video game I've ever seen. And my reasoning for that is I legitimately thought it was like real Muppet. Like they were, you know, they made a trailer with real puppets. Until like halfway through when I noticed the in-engine thing. And I was like, oh, wait, what? Like my mind literally broke when I realized it wasn't real Muppet. Never before has a game fooled me that it was actually like real physical objects at that level. It may be the best looking game ever made. On like a purely technical standpoint. Obviously the art direction, you know, it's a unique thing. A lot of people are gonna think that it doesn't look that great, I guess, but NASA stream? Yeah, I'm on NASA stream regularly. But yeah, no, obviously, you know, gameplay wise and everything, it seems to be a sort of Punch-Out style game. Like if you've played or remember Punch-Out from the NES and Super NES days. Old games, right? And there seems to be like training mini games or whatever. It is what it is, right? It's an arcadey sort of homage to older days of gaming. But there's just something about a game that truly knows what it is and is trying to do something completely unique that you've never seen before. What's the name of the game? Felt That Boxing. Felt That Boxing. Yeah. Obviously the felt, you know, joke is, you know, because it's Muppets and everything, but I don't know. I think it's a mind-blowing trailer. It always makes me so happy when I see people trying to do games that feel completely, you know, unique in their own way. It's not a sequel, it's not a remake, it's just a completely new thing that feels like nothing else. And it makes me so happy in my heart. Even if the game ends up being mid, I'm just happy that people try to do crazy shit like that. And the seeing trailers like this on a grand stage, you know, like Summer Game Fest and the excitement that comes with it and everything, it's just, yeah. Oh yeah, actually, to be specific, it wasn't during the Xbox showcase. I think it was during it was during the Summer Game Fest main show. Sorry, on Friday. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Saladino. There's passion in that game, yes. What's up, Tixar? Are the notes sorted? They are, yeah. The notes are officially sorted. Let's look at them. Yeah, you can't even see anything because it's so well sorted that it's just all over the place now. Look at that. All the world stuff on the top there. And then each region located as it is on the map. Right? Love to see it. And then roundtable hole there at the bottom. And then some random theories and questions and all that. Delicious. We did some great work yesterday. I am now ready to take on Liurnia with a fresh, you know, mind, decluttered notes. It's perfect. Yeah, that's the thing, Tixar. That's what I was saying yesterday. The notes, they seemed so much more chaotic before. Like, it seems like there was so much more of it. And now that they're ordered, it's like, you know, when you have a lot of shit in on your desk or in your apartment because, I don't know, you haven't cleaned in a while, or you were depressed for a few months and you're like, oh my god, there's no way I'm gonna get through this. This is way too much. And then you actually start ordering things and cleaning and you're like, it's not so much. And once it's ordered, like, things seem less massive, I guess. It's kind of like things in your brain, you know? Like, sometimes things feel overwhelming. I don't know if you guys get that, but I do get that sometimes. Like, oh my god, there's so many things I need to think about and sort and figure out, and I'm so, like, overwhelmed by everything. And then you make a list. Like, okay, what do I actually have to do? And you make a list, and it's like, oh, that's it? I don't know, there's something in the chaos that adds to the weight and noise of everything, right? And once you order things, the noise disappears. And the noise accounts for a lot of mind interference, I think. What's up, Brian King? My listing probably sucks, though? Yeah, I don't know. I'm a big believer in making lists and notes and all that. It just makes everything feel more accessible. What's up, Fru Fox? How are you doing today? I have something to do, can get to it, and finally find time and motivation to do it. Take 30 minutes. Yeah, I was at a friend on Friday, and she had a lot of, like, admin stuff that she had to deal with. So she was like, "Hey, you know, since you're coming to hang out, would you mind, like, you know, making sure that I do that shit before we do anything else, before we watch a show or whatever?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." And so I got there, literally, like, sat her down on the counter. I was like, okay, now you're doing this, the shit you have to do. We're literally not talking before you're done. Took 20 minutes. And she made it sound like it was going to be like a multi-hour endeavor. Like, it was such a minimal, you know, amount of stuff to do, but you just needed the kick in the butt to get it, you know. I need a friend like you. You maybe you have one. You just have to ask them. I didn't know I was that friend before she asked me, you know, but yeah. I learned that about myself. What's up, Cassie? How are you doing today? And then we went to get Five Guys. I got Five Guys for the first time in my life. Cajun fries, delicious. What's up, Prison Mike? How are you doing today? Freaking love Five Guys. It was my first time. I love how it always sounds so weird. What a name for a restaurant. It was my first time with Five Guys, at Five Guys. Whatever. And it was just delicious. Did you get a single or a double? I don't think that's the way it's presented here. I think they call it like a normal or a small one. I got the big one, like, you know, I got the bigger burger. And then I got a medium fries or whatever. The dude at the counter was like, okay, so, like, small is for 1 or 2 people. mediums for 2 or 3 people or whatever, and then I was like, yeah, I'll take a medium. And then my friend also wanted medium fries, so he was like, I can put a large for the 2 of you if you're willing to share. And we were like, well, yeah, sure, whatever, we'll share. That was a lot of fucking fries. Like, you typically when restaurants say, oh, that's a portion for 2, I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'll eat that myself. No, they weren't kidding. That was a lot of fucking fries. What's up, Fira? What's up, Prison Mike? They have Five Guys in Sweden? I don't know. They have one in Switzerland that I know of. Yeah, those freaking like Cajun fries. Nasrallah, my good friend Nasrallah, always tells me about the Cajun fries. He's a Cajun, right? So he always tells me about the Cajun fries, and I never had a chance to try them before Friday. And oh man, it makes me so sad that I'm living a little far away. Like, it's a 30-minute drive to where my friend lives, so I won't get to enjoy that. It's probably better. I would probably balloon if that were available right next to my home. So, what's up, Rudra? How are you doing today? But yeah, I got a big cheeseburger with the whole thing. Like, they have a, you know, I don't know, I don't remember how they call it, but they have like this mix of things that you can pick with like mushrooms, onions, basically the whole freaking deal of fillings, right? Or whatever they call it. And it was delicious. Delicious burger, delicious fries. I was very pleased. Yeah, my first experience with Five Guys was a very filling one. I'm trying to find ways that I can make this sound even dirtier, but it's a bullvine. I mean, it's Pride Month, you know. Five Guys and a lady. Yeah, I was. Yeah, my friend helped me deal with the Five Guys. But yeah, no, it was fun. We watched a TV show that I had never heard of before. Probably none of you will have heard of it because it's a French TV show. Although it's on Netflix, so maybe some of you guys have seen it. It's called Au service de la France, which means at the service of France or whatever. And it's about like it's sort of it's a comedy, a dark comedy show about like the Cold War in the 60s in France, and a dude gets hired to be a special agent, and it's so fucking funny. That show was so funny. She was like, hey, do you want to see that the first episode of that show? Like, I think you would like it. And I was like, yeah, why not? We ended up watching the whole fucking first season. That show was so fucking great. I was very impressed. There's one in Stuttgart. It's in the city center. It's a White Wolf. Cold War stuff's right up my alley. Yeah, I mean, it's a very, you know, like wacky sort of show, right? It makes fun of the administration and all that. What's up, Jode? I don't know what the English version is. Let me check. The French title is Au service de la France. Okay, apparently the translated title on Netflix is A Very Secret Service. What a lame name. But anyway. Yeah, that show's so funny. Like, it mocks, you know, on top of like Secret Service stuff, it mocks the slowness and inefficiency of administration, right? And there's a scene where the phone rings. Like, the phones keep ringing in that place and nobody ever picks up the phone. And the new guy, which is the main character, the phone on his desk rings and he's like, he, you know, raises his hand and looks around and nobody's really paying attention to anything. So like, he's you know, takes the phone, starts talking. And it's a group of 3 African ambassadors that are trying to come to negotiate the It's like a fictional African country, I think. They're coming to negotiate the independence of their country from the colonial France of, you know, back in the day. And then it becomes a whole fucking situation because he picked up the phone and now they have to negotiate with those African emissaries to negotiate the independence of their country, which they didn't want to have to do, right? And so the boss, the department boss of the main character is like, what? So what happened? And he was like, wow, I picked up the phone. What did you do that? Well, it rang. And the dude's like, I don't follow. he just like flat out says, I don't follow the logic. The phone was ringing, just picked it up. It's so funny. Like, it keeps always like making fun of like the inefficiency of administration, and it's, oh man, what a show. And it's like it's a recurring joke. Like almost every episode, there's a new delegation of African emissaries trying to come and negotiate the independence of their country. It's so funny. What a show. And it's really leaning into that sort of, you know, like all the weirdness from the 60s, and you know, which. It's like really making light of all the sexism and all the bullshit of those days, you know, in work environments like that. Very satirical, dark comedy, right? It's very worth the watch. The English title is not very catchy. I know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking with that one, but... So yeah, how was everyone's weekend? I mean, many of you were here yesterday, but obviously yesterday was a bit of a later show because I wanted to watch the Xbox showcase. So I started late, and obviously I was just sorting out notes. So many of you skipped the filler episode, and I understand. It makes sense. So today we're back on the regular, you know, progression in the game. We're gonna finally explore. I think we're done with everything we've seen so far. Well, I mean, there's a lot of shit to see in Caelid, but I'm not going back in Caelid now. That's for sure. Ran a 10k on Sunday. Oh yeah, you mentioned you were gonna run a 10k. How was that, Gotra? For reasons that escape me. Yeah, I don't know why you would do that, but hey, congratulations. Oh wait, never mind. The reasons that escapes you were not about the 10k. It was about defrosting your freezer. Well, congratulations on that too. Verb Daniel, how are you doing today? Waking up early for some therapy in a minute, but not before lurking here. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. I hope therapy will be a good time. I hope you're gonna have you know, I wish you the best of times. Always a W. Hey, that's awesome. It means you found the right therapist for you, which is very hard to do, right? So that in itself is worth celebrating, I think. Mainly Summer Game Fest started south of midnight today. Like it so far? Hell yeah. Yeah, I've seen a bit of South of Midnight on a few streams. It seems alright. Not something I would play, I don't think, but... Took 2 decades. Well, hey, better late than never. Always defrost when it's freezing outside, so nothing gets really warm. Got Kishin back, secured it safely from demo risk for the first time. Was easy as fuck. Okay, well, hey. Died a lot in night rain, didn't work all weekend. Beautiful. Love that. Yeah, I've been sort of hanging out in Raijin. Yeah, I'm few demotions still here and there, but I'm mostly hanging out above the bar, so progress, you know, slowly but surely. I just need to sit down and learn all those fucking strings of like the main bullshit of every character, at least the most popular ones, because I still get knowledge checked constantly, so that's a bit annoying, but it is what it is. It's more for my mental health than exercise. Instead of thinking about how running is impossible and everything hurts, I can disassociate and think about deep life things. Yeah, I get that. Running or, you know, anything that's just sort of just cardio and you don't have to think too much is great for just mental health stuff. I really want to get a membership to the gym again. There's a gym not too far from here. I think I want to go back to it. Maybe on my birthday stream next month I'll do something like a gym membership goal or something for donations or whatever. We'll see. I'll have to think about that. I applied for front page for my birthday stream, by the way. I don't know if I'll get it or not, but if I do, it also means that we're gonna have to reconsider some of the plans we had for the birthday stream. Because unfortunately, if you're on the front page, you can't do all the crazy shit you typically want to do. We're not gonna be able to do confessions the way we wanted and all that. Because, yeah, you're not allowed to have, you know, sexual themes on front page streams. And I do not trust any of you to do a confession streams without some weird ass shit coming through. So we'll have to tone it down a little bit if we get on the front page. I'll find something interesting that is not crossing the lines, I guess. I can still do a Freddie Mercury cosplay. It's just me in a white tank top instead of a black tee, so that would work, right? That is literally my Freddie Mercury cosplay, is just getting a white tank top. And I'm there. How great is that? Exercise is great for the brain just as much as for the body. Oh yeah, yeah. That's the part I'm missing the most. I mean, the you know, being a little more in shape and everything was fine when I was in my gym rat era, but what I miss the most is just how clear my mind felt all the time. I slept like a baby, and not like, probably partly because I was exercising more, so my body was more tired, but just my mind was clear. I would go to bed and nothing was in there. I was just happy and feeling fulfilled, and I would just fall asleep like a baby. These days I have to, like, I don't know, I have to put like YouTube videos and shit for my brain to stop thinking about everything. So I can, my mind can focus on the voice that I'm listening to and just fall asleep to that. So yeah, going back to the gym seems like a great idea for me, honestly, at this point. I like the social aspect of the gym. It's one of the things that I enjoyed the most when I was going to the gym every day almost. Was like seeing the same people every day, and you sort of like develop those friendships and those, you know, like supporting one another and all that. It was that gym where I used to go was so fucking great. Like the atmosphere over there was amazing. I miss it. Played Expedition 33. I'm at the end of Act 1. Feels nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, I stopped at the beginning of Act 2 because I've decided that I would... If I was gonna continue playing the game and play the game fully, I would rather share it with people. Because I feel like there's a lot of conversations to have playing that game. Especially with sort of like all the French influences and the French vocabulary and all that. I feel like I would have a lot of insights on some aspects of the game that maybe fly a little bit under the radar for most people, right? Because of the French words and all that. So I really feel like a playthrough of Expedition 33 for me would be pretty damn interesting. You know, between, again, like the French and the story analysis aspects of it. And there's a lot of thematic work in this game that is pretty interesting to talk about. It's a Voltron. I agree with the floating talking head. Well, I mean, it's not exactly... You know, there's a whole thing happening, but I understand that I look like a floating head. I can even... Oh my god, I'm gonna do the thing that... I can do a lot of weird stuff. Like, I can put this in a way that hides my neck, and then I really just look like a floating head. Hold on. Hold on. Now I really look like a floating head. I can even look like a head that's being held by a hand. Hold on. I need to hide the... Yeah, look. Oh, shit. Yeah, we need to hide the arm. Oh. It's hard to hide everything that needs to be hidden, but... Yeah, I need a black turtleneck. That's what I need. Oh, no, hide this? Hold on. My guns are too big. Can't hide it. And I can do that and disappear completely as well. A black scarf would be more convenient. No, it wouldn't. A turtleneck would be better. I mean, it would be warm in the summer. That's true. Do you like immersive sims? I like some of them, yeah. I thought Prey was fun. In the most recent ones that I've played. Prey was fun. Soma kind of fits the immersive sim. Well, actually, not quite. Soma is more linear and everything. Scratch that. I was thinking immersive sim just because of like the way you can interact with the environment, but no, Soma is just a linear horror game. One of the best ones though. But yeah, Soma is such a great game, by the way. Every time I think about it, I'm like, holy shit, I like that game so much. And I didn't realize I was liking it that much when I was playing, I don't think. How are you, Tylers? I saw you in Maximilian Dude's chat this morning, Tyler. I'm still shocked by their top 10. It actually made me want to do a series of streams like that. But just with myself. I don't know if you guys have ever seen, but Maximilian Dude and his buddies from like Yo Video Games, they're doing like top 10s. That's a thing they're doing like once a week, I think. Like top 10 consoles, top 10 PS4 titles was yesterday's. Top 10 fighting games, top 10 whatever company game or whatever, you know. And yesterday was top 10 PS4 games. Ghost of Tsushima ended up second. That blew my mind. I don't think it's a bad game. I know it's very successful, but second? Above God of War? Last of Us 2 was not even on the list? Red Dead Redemption 2. I didn't like Red Dead Redemption 2, but Red Dead 2 was not on the list? Come on. Crazy work. Obviously subjective, but I was mind blown. I was mind blown that no, it wasn't exclusive only. Their number 10 was Call of Duty Blackout, which is not even a game, it's a mode. It was a fun, I get it. I get how Blackout, you know, was like the predecessor of Warzone, and I get that it was a great game and everything, but Jesus. Knew that guy was a wanker. No, it was actually funny, like the way... Basically, Max's whole plan was that he wanted Bloodborne to be first. And so everything else was just him letting everyone fight over the other games so that everyone would overlook Bloodborne, and suddenly bam, Bloodborne ended up first. And to be fair, I think it deserves it, but how dare they have opinions? I know, it's fucking scandalous. What's up, Ray Rune? How are you doing today? Yeah, Last of Us 2 is one of my favorite games as well. What I hate is I hate that the game got hated on, and especially like some of the okay, I hate that the game got hated on for the wrong reasons, right? If you have issues with the game, that's fine, but like everyone who was just mad because, oh my god, you know, the lady looks too buff for a lady, and there's trans characters in the game, so it's a political agenda, it's not a story. Or, oh, they made Ellie a lesbian. What the fuck, man? Did you not play the first game? It's literally all there in the first game. And anyway, that's my issue, when people are being unreasonable, right? And it leads to this whole thing. That's what Quasi is, you know, that's what Quasi is bringing up, is that you can't have a reasonable conversation around that game anymore because of these fucking people, right? Because every time you try to have a reasonable conversation around the game, it you know, just a bunch of bullshit comes up. What's up, Kushin? How are you doing? Are the ones Bailey on YouTube now? Yeah, Twitch removed all the highlights from Twitch, so we can't have nice things on Twitch anymore. So everything is all the way on YouTube now. If you want to watch the VODs and everything, you know, for past games, current games are still like the you know, the last months of VODs is still on Twitch. I think it's a month, right? But yeah, everything else is on YouTube. And we have a Discord now. If you're not on the Discord yet, reliable live notifications. If you're a sub, you have a few channels you can use. I keep thinking of ideas of stuff to add on the Discord, but you know, it's meant to be low activity, right? It's not supposed to be like a massive, super active server. That's not my goal there. Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe I could make a channel one day, that like a channel on Discord that just serves as a list of playthroughs and then links to the YouTube playlist. Could make for a convenient search engine for a lot of people. I don't know. But anyway, Last of Us 2 I think is a masterpiece. I think the writing is amazing. I think the directing is amazing. I think it's the best performances that I've seen in any video game ever. And I think it deserves its flowers, whether you like it or not, right? That's a different conversation. I think it deserves its flowers on grounds of the quality of the craftsmanship that's in the game. But yeah, it's unfortunate that it got, you know, tangled into some weird conversations about stuff that have nothing to do with video games, really, and that people got really upset because they can't deal with, you know, simple stuff. And then you have all the aspect of like voice actors getting death threats because people don't agree with what their characters are doing. Like, that's some bullshit right there. Like, that's some nonsense that makes me ashamed to call myself a gamer, because I'm afraid of being associated with these people. But obviously that's not really how I see things, right? Obviously I realize it's a loud minority of people that behave that way, right? And we, the normal, balanced, emotionally rational people, need to just be louder and spread a little bit of positivity, you know, around those things, and show by example that we can disagree about video games without being upset at one another. It happens constantly. I'm a person of many opinions, and I constantly disagree with people on video games, but it doesn't mean we are, you know, we have to hate each other or anything, you know. And the best example is me and Nasrallah, right? We constantly argue over video games. Constantly. We do not have the same taste in video games for the most part. We do like have certain things where we connect, thankfully, but most of the time we just disagree on video games. And we have very, you know, spirited arguments about them. Because we love doing it. It's fun. We love debating one another, I guess. And at the end of the day, we're still extremely good friends, so. Abby became one of my faves, despite loving Joel and Ellie. Oh yeah, Abby is... She's such a great character. The whole duality between Abby and Ellie in The Last of Us 2 is just so rad. I love it so much. Abby's voice actress got threatened, her and her child. Yeah, I mean, people are just... There needs to be more consequences for people being assholes on the internet. Legitimately. I think that. There's always that example of, like, imagine if you could punch people through a screen. How well behaved the internet would be. I know it's like a, you know, I'm not saying we should punch people who, you know, are being rude or anything, but it's just a good example of how feeling safe behind a screen makes people become like... Real ones don't even like The Last of Us 1, but that's advanced criticism. I think The Last of Us 1 plus 2 is fantastic work of art. I understand why some people don't enjoy playing them, but I think saying they're not masterpieces in the gaming industry is irrational. What's up, Gagaij? Thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate the resub. Thank you. Gagaij, you will be remembered. And the notes look amazing now. Very clean. We're gonna add to them in a minute when we start exploring Liurnia. I'm very excited. Love The Last of Us game. Have you seen the show? I have not seen the show, Businala. No, I haven't watched it yet. I plan on watching it after I was done playing the games on stream. And unfortunately ended up not doing it. I don't know, there's too many shows I need to watch these days, so... It escaped my my grasp so far, but I'll be watching it. I'll be watching it eventually, I'm sure. What's up, DJ? How are you doing today? People were hating Laurie Holden during Walking Dead Season 3. I don't know, man. I think just... I'm telling you, it's the social media. It's social media. It's rotting people's brain and making them feel way too safe to say shit that they wouldn't otherwise say. I don't know, man. It's one of those things like... What's up, Juspo? How are you doing today? Yeah, no, Blackout when it first released was, you know, was incredible. A lot of people think it was much superior version of what Warzone became, right? What's up, Infamous? How are you doing today? Hugely disappointed in season 2 of the show. Maybe dislike Ellie in that? Interesting. Yeah, I've heard some... you're not the first person to say that a lot of people are disappointed in season 2. I don't know why. Well, I mean, I don't know why because I haven't watched it, but... I definitely... what I wanted to say was I don't understand what happened, because the season 1 was so praised, feels like, but... And now I must sub and end ad hell. Oh yeah, ads just played. Thank you, Rian King, for the Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. 13 months. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. Rian King, you will be remembered. Thank you. People would get smacked, should get smacked in the mouth again, and they are way too comfortable saying, well, I don't think physical violence is the answer. But it is also true that, again, if you could punch people through a screen, the internet would be a lot better behaved. But again, I don't think physical violence is the answer. I think education is. But the problem is that education's also coming in short supplies these days. Social media is a party drug that's slowly wearing off and showing side effects. You know what, Brendan? You might be onto something. So people are unhinged, social media amplified, and unleash them onto the world. Yeah, I mean, it's the double-edged sword of social media, right? We get to hear perspectives we wouldn't ever get to hear otherwise, which is great, right? You get minorities are allowed to have a louder voice thanks to social media, and there's a lot of upsides to it, right? There's definitely positives, not all bad. But then, of course, among those minorities that get given a voice, some of them you know, maybe didn't need to hear. I don't think, you know. I don't think anybody was missing neo-Nazis having a louder voice in the world, right? Nobody was missing that. And now we have to hear them loud and clear, unfortunately. How much screen time wasted on BS? So, if I'm correct, the season 2 of the show does not cover the whole game, right? It covers like half the video game. Yes, correct. Okay. Makes sense, I think. The game's pretty massive, so. It's also important to keep in mind that many of those people are unattended teenagers. You know, Tixar, I wish that was true. But from my experience and observation, that's not the case. It's fucking fully developed adults that are saying the worst shit on the internet. All the time. I wish you could use the fact that they're children as an excuse, but I don't think that's true in most cases. It's people with a fully formed brain. I don't know. You know what? We already have to listen to them. Let's not make them a bigger deal by, you know, let's not honor them by talking to them more than we have to. Let's enjoy the good things in life. We have a whole new area to explore in Elden Ring, and I'm so fucking excited. How does that sound? Are you guys also excited about the journey ahead of us? Oh my god. Okay. I think I've seen some... Oh, there's a graze down there. Okay, we already have our first goal. There's a graze down there and there's a fire, which I'm assuming means there's a merchant. And there's an Everjail on top of it. Oh man, we're gonna have a bus today already. Probably. The map is all the way here, huh? Where's that? Oh, that is such a great feature. I haven't used that almost before, but that is such a great feature to know where things are. Okay, so the map doesn't seem to be too far in the forest. Maybe we can make a goal of getting the map really quickly. Yeah, that's a good goal for today. At least try to get the map and then maybe get that Everjail there. I don't know exactly how I'm supposed to get up here, though. I don't think you can climb this. Maybe I have to go around. Maybe you need to come from the other side. I'm not sure exactly. I don't see a path up, but all right. Well, let's embark on the journey. What's up, Anubis, Cyrus, Psycho Rider? How are you guys doing today? Anubis, I keep hearing your name these days. It's so funny because I'm watching Man vs. Games, old VODs, and you know, you were in chat quite a bit in those days, so I keep hearing your name come up. It's funny. Every time I'm like, ah. Echoes from over 10 years ago. It's crazy. What a time that was. Just got my car sold today, only a quarter of the price I paid. Wouldn't expect much selling car that needs repair right away. Goes more expenses. Big up to get a gym membership you were talking about, considering the same thing. Hey, Juspo, let's get it. Let's get our gym memberships, and we'll update each other through Twitch chat on our progress. Okay, so there's a church here. I remember when I first got out here and I kind of looked around, I saw an NPC in there. Oh. Yo, what's up, Revealer? How are you doing today? More rower fruits. Nice. Wait, are we already getting... Oh man, there's already like a whole area up here to explore. This is overwhelming. I'm not sure if I want to rush for the map before exploring anything. So I have a bit more rushing for the map could be an option. Yo, Flamkuchen, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. 3 months in my irrational gamer art. Well, if irrational means subscribing to the channel, I appreciate you for it. Less money for Jeff, more money for me, thanks to the Prime sub. Flamkuchen, you will be remembered. I appreciate the support. The Church of Irith. Who's Irith? Wait, what's the naming convention of the churches? The Smoldering Church. There was a Church of America here, right? The Third Church of America. The Church of Pilgrimage. Church of LA. Fourth Church of America. Hulu Baptismal Church. There's a lot of churches in this world. People do love their prayers in Elden Ring. It's like Poland. It's like Switzerland too. Then we have a whole bunch of churches around here. Did you step off that ledge yet? Very slightly. We're making our way down, Captain Dax. What language do you speak? Mostly, my main native language is French. French and English are the two that I'm fluent in, more or less. I do speak a little bit, very, very, very little bit of German. I understand German okay, but I'm not very good at expressing myself. And I did learn Spanish when I was in... But I'm not sure how much of that actually remains. Well, to be fair, Captain Dax, yesterday was mostly note arranging. So. Have you learned about the religions in here yet? In Elden Ring? I mean, a little bit. We've touched on a few religious things. Not too much, but... Obviously, you know, like the two fingers and like the greater will and all that was a thing. There's apparently something with like, you know, the Lord of Blood. There's a whole thing happening there. Oh, wait, hold on. Those two things were stuck to one another. That's not how it's supposed to be. There we go. What else slightly religious have I learned about? I mean, there seems to be like cults around the Black Flame and all that. That's a thing that seems to exist. The Dragon Communion seems to be like sort of a religious thing. Obviously, the Golden Order has a religious dimension. It's not very clear to me. Like, I can see a lot of like... I can see a lot of references to religious stuff in the game yet, but I haven't really we haven't really seen enough for me to start, you know, getting a clear idea of what it all means. So it will come in time, I'm sure. I need more time to, you know, get more information and put things together, I guess. There's so much in the game. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm taking so many notes, right? That's why I'm taking so many notes. I really like to piece things together, and I'm pretty happy with the way I've decided to organize things, which is locations first. Like the locations is gonna be the things that I'm gonna hang things onto, and then I'm gonna use the theories portion of the notes to sort of bring things together and make like you know, I'm gonna use that section at the end there, the random theories, to sort of, that's how I bring things together in like paragraphs to sort of make links between things. I think that's the best way to proceed now. Maybe at some point, if I'm deeper in the game, maybe we'll have to do another session of organizing notes if suddenly it feels like location's not the right way to go. Yeah. Ahora comprendes. Sí, muy bien. French or Swiss French? It's the same language outside of a few words. It's not like Canadian French that has a lot of different things. Swiss French and French, outside of like literally a couple words, is exactly the same. Is it I beat a Grim or is it I bet he Grim? Yeah, it's I beat a Grim, yeah. She beat a Grim. And believe that. I'm putting Grim on blast right now. She hasn't played Hollow Knight. How is your name Grim and you haven't played Hollow Knight? It's the best character in there. Literally the best character in there. I don't like platforming, that's why I know. I keep saying that. We've had that conversation before, but I keep thinking that even though you don't like platforming, you may enjoy Hollow Knight a little bit. It has less platforming than... To give you a reference, I feel like overall it has less platforming than... Oh, you have played it. Okay, never mind. I thought you had... I was gonna say it has less platforming than that other game you played. What was it again? The Souls-like, the 2D Souls-like that I can't remember. Salt and Sanctuary. I feel like it has less platforming than that. But I get it. I mean, if it didn't stick, it didn't stick. Yeah. Hollow Knight is all platforming all the way. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't feel that way. I felt like I guess the way it felt to me when because I played both games, right? Like Salt and Sanctuary felt like the platforming was more significant and more punishing. Is I guess the way I'm seeing it. Like, you can die from falling in Salt and Sanctuary. That's barely ever gonna happen in Hollow Knight, right? Outside of one area, yeah. There's one area where that's not true. It's meant to be a platforming area, but yeah. But yeah, hey, no, if you tried and it didn't stick, I respect it. I respect it. I will say, the first time I tried Hollow Knight, it didn't stick either. I barely played a little bit of the first area, and I was like, you know what, I don't get it. And then I played it again on stream, and it became one of my favorite games of all time. It is the game that made me feel the most like a From Software Souls-like without being a Souls-like. In terms of the feeling of exploration, of piecing the story together, of the challenge of the fights, and it is in my opinion, the most Souls-like of the non-From Software games. And I mean that. It's a better Souls-like than Lies of P or any of those games. For what I personally enjoy about Souls-like, which is, you know, the exploration, the feeling of discovery, the story, and all those things. But obviously, if you, I know you mentioned like, I know you mentioned for you like a big part of it is like the itemization, like building the character and all that. Obviously, that's a bit different in Hollow Knight, so that makes sense. What game is that? We're talking about the Hollow Knight, Businala. Yeah, I get it. I think it depends what, you know, what's the main thing that sort of brings out the Souls-like, right? To me, it's always been about the exploration and the piecing the story together, much less about the actual gameplay and the items and all that. But obviously, different perspectives. It's a shame, really, because I know you would love the character that bears your name. What a fucking boss fight and what a character! Holy shit. Some of the best soundtracks in video games too. That character and the game in general, but. Hey, maybe one day you get to watch someone you enjoy watching play the game, and that could be your way of experiencing it without having to play it yourself. You can even watch me play it. I wouldn't recommend that. It's a very long playthrough. Also, I don't know. It's not a playthrough that I'm particularly fond of remembering, but although I think it's some of my best work on Twitch, I will say that. My notes were incredible during that game. Sacred Tear. There's no grace in this one, which is weird. Typically every church has a grace, I feel. Lady Marika. See. My eyes scratchy. Improves flask potency. Oh yeah. Alright, who's that nerd? And what does he want? He looks like Nasrallah a little bit, doesn't he? He looks like he's from Gryffindor. Gryffindor. What's up, Shazar? How are you doing today? Wait, is he wearing... He's wearing a turtleneck. That's what is putting me off Sekiro. I like the item builds and RPG aspects. Yeah. I think the gameplay in Sekiro is exceptional, though. It's a very strong part of that game. But I understand. It's also one thing that I like less about Sekiro compared to the other ones was the... not necessarily the character building part, but the it felt like the sense of exploration and discovery was a little lower than in the other games, right? Yeah, I missed having like hundreds and hundreds of items, you know, to read the descriptions and putting things together. That's the part that really excites me about those games very often. So Sekiro felt a lot more linear, I guess, in a way. Yeah. But, I mean, There's not a lot of better fighting systems than Sekiro. I will say that. What's up, Colossi? How are you doing today? Bury everything or die game. Yeah. What about the get hard or die game? I know phrasing it this way sounds weird, but we have to talk about it now since Mortal Shell 2 is coming out. I am so happy about that one. I've always said about Mortal Shell, get hard or die, Mortal Shell, yeah. I've always said about Mortal Shell, I think it has the best combat, the best feeling combat of a non-From Software Souls-like. And I mean that, like, it's legit the only non-From Software Souls-like where I was like, holy shit, the combat is actually on that level. It has weight to it. It feels fucking like, you know, heavy and gritty and impactful. Like, it was such a blast to play that game. But I felt like the level design fell a little bit short. You know, obviously small budget, small team. So, you know, they didn't have like all the expertise of like a company like From Software, of course. So it fell a little short, you know, in terms of like the level design. And I feel like some of the bosses were a little bit, you know, missing the mark a bit for me, and the encounters in general. So I was like, you know what, I had such a good time with that combat. I really hope one day they make another game with everything they've learned, and you know. And it was looking rough a little bit. It was looking rough a little bit. They, you know, it seems like they even at some point decided they were not going to make more games, and then apparently they changed their mind, which is great. So yeah, I'm super excited for Mortal Shell 2. It looks a lot bigger, yeah. What's up, good trooper? Matt Can, good to see you. So, you know, bigger, harder, hopefully. What's not to love? Been playing Shadow of the Erdtree? Hell yeah, Colossi. Hope you've been having a good time. Neo 3? I wasn't too big of a fan of Neo, I will say. Yeah, for me, Neo... I've only played Neo 1, but it... I understand the like parallels with the Souls games, but it felt more like a sort of weird... I always said that I was having a worse time with Neo when I was trying to play it like a Souls-like. Like, I was considering it as a Souls-like, and I was like, this doesn't feel quite right. And then suddenly I started considering it like a Diablo game. Except with a 3D action shell, right? Yeah, exactly. I started looking at Neo like, okay, now it's a Diablo game, but with Ninja Gaiden style gameplay. And then suddenly it made a lot more sense to me, and I had a much better time with it. But I wasn't enough I wasn't enjoying myself enough to even finish the first one, so I'm probably not gonna play 2 or 3. It is what it is. Doom the Dark Ages. Need a filler until System Shock 2 remastered. Yeah, I don't know what to suggest, Garrus. Have you played Expedition 33? Could be a game you could beat in a couple of weeks if you put your mind to it. And a lot of people seem to like it, so there's a good chance you would too, right? Heard the same thing about Kazan being similar to Diablo. Kazan, yeah, I've heard Kazan feeling a lot like Neo in many ways. Started Wolfenstein 2. When you say Wolfenstein 2, do you mean like the New Colossus or whatever the name is? New Colossus, yeah. I've heard good things about that one. I have to say I have a lot more appreciation for how you do things here. There's another streamer I watch sometimes while watching the playthrough, and it's just like they ask the chat what to do whenever things get challenging or they can't find something. Find it so unengaging. You know, I don't... well, first of all, thank you for the compliment. I think that's kind of the beauty of Twitch, right? There's so many different ways you can play video games. That's what's great about games. You can play games however you want. It's a customizable experience in a lot of cases. And I think streaming is the same way, right? You can run your stream exactly how you want to. It's your house. You make the rules. And I think that's what appeals to me with this platform and, you know, the medium in general of doing streaming is I get to do things exactly how I want to. And I think it's awesome that others can too. Even if, you know, even if it's not the way I prefer doing it, I think it's awesome that other people get to do that and they can find an audience for that. There's a streamer for everyone and there's a viewer for everyone. And I think that's awesome. At the end of the day, it's about getting the most enjoyment you can with the people who will get the most enjoyment of the way you do things as well, right? So, yeah. I think it's great to, you know, keep that in mind, that everyone's gonna do the things in a different way, and you're always free to go somewhere else, right? That's the beauty of it. If I get on a channel and I don't like the way they're doing things, I can always, you know, I can click away and go somewhere else. Like, nothing stops me from doing that. Yeah, and I mean, I get it, Quasi, right? I understand. Like, that aspect of interaction is definitely one of the things that Twitch offers that not many other medium offers, right? Some people enjoy being able to contribute to the playthrough, and some players enjoy chat helping them get through challenging things. So I think we should celebrate the fact that there's ways to do things like that. I'm certainly not judging, that's for sure. To each their own. As long as people respect the you know, the house rules, I'm more than okay with it. That shield's pretty cool, isn't it? It's all shiny with the rain and everything. Looks kind of neat. I'm very happy with my current fashion in the game. Alright, let's talk to that nerd. I want to know what that nerd has to say. I just found it a bit error. Feels like a autocorrect. Oh, right. Autocorrect mistake. I like the streamer. I wanted him to face the game challenges rather than keep getting carried. I understand, but, you know, I get it. And that's a fair reaction. That's a valid reaction for you to have. But I think it's important to remember that, you know, obviously, and I'm sure you know that, but you don't get to make the decision for him, right? In the same way, people don't get to make the decision for me and come in here and backseat me against my will, right? It goes both ways, and we have to accept that. It goes back to what I was saying earlier, you know, focus on the positives rather than the negatives. find the things you enjoy, and you don't you don't have to be sad about the ones you don't. Much. But I get it. I understand. What's up, Rico? How are you doing today? Just a thing. No, I get it. I get it. Especially if you like the streamer, right? And you were excited about them playing a certain game, and then it turns into a playthrough that you don't get to enjoy as much because they're not doing it in the way you prefer. I understand. It's like a band you love releasing an album that's completely different, and suddenly you don't relate with it anymore. Right? It's that kind of feeling. You're like, oh, that's not what I was hoping for. That sucks. But we've all been there. Right? We've all been there. What's the most... Okay, that's a good question for chat. What's the most disappointed you've ever been by a new album from a band you absolutely loved? And while chat is thinking about that, I'm going to talk to that nerd here.
You're tarnished, aren't you? Then perhaps you could spare some runes.
Some runes?
Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Rea Lucaria. For a small donation,
Oh.
I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
10? Oh, that's cheap. So he was a student at Rea Lucaria, and he wants my runes in exchange for knowledge? Okay, I'm calling it now. This guy was never a student. He's a scoundrel. He's a trickster. He's trying to steal my runes in exchange for wrong, fake knowledge. My favorite band just released an EP this weekend. It's like, just aight. Oh yeah, what is it, Captain Nex? 10 runes is my Elden Ring character name. Beautiful. Probably Linkin Park. Tough question. Whatever dance Gavin Dance is about to drop. Have a new vocalist. What was the question? What's the most disappointed you've been by a new album from a band you really loved? I'm trying to think what my answer would be. The band is Deer Hunter. Opeth, Ghost Reveries. What's up, Coily? What's up, Trim? Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, I remember in the 90s when the Smashing Pumpkins released Adore, I was taken aback, to say the least. That was a very big change, but I can't see it that way because I think it's actually their best album now. I've turned around very quickly. I remember turning around in a matter of a week, pretty much back in the first listen. I was like, "Whoa, this is not what I expected." And then eventually, very quickly realized that it was an absolute masterpiece. And I think it's among all their albums from the 90s, it's the one that aged probably the best. Yeah, Gotra. So yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult question. I will agree. Oh, I have another brain-busting question for chat that I'll have to ask later. Remind me. In the future. Okay, let's donate 10 runes and see what happens.
Well, bless you, bless you. You're a true saint.
I know.
My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries, as promised. Only, none of them are particularly great.
Oh, were you a bad student, Tops? Glintstone Pebble fires a magic projectile from Glintstone. The most basic Glintstone sorcery of the Academy of Rea Lucaria. The Glintstone serves as a conduit, launching magical projectiles at foes. The sorcery can be cast repeatedly and while in motion. This is a universal first step on the journey to true knowledge of sorcery. Yeah, that dude just took like Sorcery 101 and then he left. That's what I'm getting here. Anyone into Trivium? Not really. Too many notes. That's my thing about most metal bands, is they play too many notes. Pink Floyd, The Endless River. World War Blue, thank you so much for the resub. 2 months. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well out there. World War Blue, you will be remembered. Thank you so much for the support. Still more sorcery than I have studied. Well, that's true, Nogar, but... Yeah, what's up, WWB? How are you doing today? Glintstone Arc. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Horizontal arc of magic that spreads outward. Granted to sorcerers who depart from the Academy to embark on journeys in order to fend off large groups of would-be adversaries. Fools often roam in packs. Listen, I'm pretty sure I've seen those spells at Selen already. I'm pretty sure I've bought some of them already. I need to check that. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Create a small floating starlight that illuminates surroundings. Oh, that's actually great. It's like a torch, like, oh man, that's actually really fucking good. To have like light without needing to hold a torch or anything. I might actually want to be able to use that one. Having a magical light? That sounds amazing. Granted to sorcerers who depart from the Academy to embark on journeys, even during the blackest nights, sojourns underground, or imprisonment in jail. The stars are never far from a sorcerer's side. Okay, Glintstone, Pebble, and Arc. I'm sure I have those already. Yeah, see? Glintstone Arc, Glintstone Pebble. But I feel like I still need to buy him off.
Of course.
Because I want to... You know, very often again in those games, you need to buy the inventory of merchants for the quest continues. I'm gonna just waste money buying spells I already have. This is terrible. Let me talk to him first.
Apologies, friend. I'm afraid my meager sorceries are no match for your generosity.
Dude,
oh, right.
It was 10
I can
rooms.
tell you what I know about this place. That should help a bit. You've seen that structure to the north, towering over the water. That's the Academy of Raya Lucaria, where we study glintstone sorceries.
Okay.
Only its doors have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here. As you might have guessed, the seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key. And so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer with little chance of acquiring a key. When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning.
About Selen? About the Glintstone Key or study sorcery. About the Glintstone Key.
Why not find yourself a glintstone key? Without one, you can't pass through the Academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider donating it to me?
Oh.
I know it. I'm a bluntstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery. But still, my place is at the Academy.
Interesting.
Find yourself
Same thing?
a glintstone key. Without one, you can't pass through the Academy. and you'll never reach the Erdtree.
Yeah. About Selen.
You've taken an apprenticeship with Selen. Well, that is something. Selen was well known. The most promising sorceress in the history of the Academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us. But Selen was expelled from the Academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selen would never do such things.
Okay.
Find yourself without one, and you'll never...
Okay. I'm gonna have to listen to that again and take notes. Let's see. I'm gonna use my Steam overlay right there. Okay. God damn it. I hate... Why does it do that? Thups. Oh, let me bring down the notes for you guys. Apologies. Student at the academy that happened to out when they sealed it. Offered to teach me sorceries and give me information for a few runes. Doesn't believe that Selen did the things she is accused. What's up, Kazers? Oh, I'm taking notes for myself. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out the lore and the game. Yeah. Yeah. This is just for myself. Do we have the location of Raya Lucaria already? We didn't take a single note about Raya Lucaria? That seems wrong. Raya Lucaria. Let's see. Yeah, no, we've not taken any notes. But we do have notes about Selen, though. Let's see. We have new information about her. Was exiled from Raya Lucaria as an apostate witch. Learned, from Tups. Apparently did unspeakable things to other students under the name Raven Witch, but Tubbs doesn't believe that to be true. Interesting. And now the location, well, the academy. The academy of Raya Lucaria. The letter got stuck in there. Looking at this reminds me of the Charlie Day meme of him explaining the storyboard. Yeah, that's kind of the that's kind of the vibe. That's what we have so far. Doesn't seem like much, but there's like almost 400 notes already. We have screenshots, we have a whole bunch of stuff. So okay, let's see. I'm watching the replay, right? For those of you who don't know, I'm using the Steam overlay to watch the replay. You unfortunately can't see it, but so they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering. They declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering. And Cast repelling seals on the east gate and south gate. Those seals are still active, and you need a glintstone key to open them. And then he wants a key to go there. Unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerer under the name the Graven Witch. Okay, so it wasn't actually, hold on. Tops would like to access the academy again. Ask me for a glintstone. Should I find an extra one? I am slightly suspicious of him for some reason. I don't know. I'm having a little weird vibe from the guy. I don't know. Selling other sorcerers, not students. I want to be there. And it was unthinkable things, not unspeakable. Again, just trying to be accurate. Well, I mean, let's hope we can find a glintstone key to enter the academy, or maybe another way in. I don't know. Maybe there's a secret path. What's up, Rob? How are you doing today? Mopo, thank you for the tier 1, 26 months. I appreciate the resub. Mopo, you will. He remembered. So I'm gonna buy him out just in case. You know, you never know. Even though I already have some of these spells. Just gonna buy him out. Oh, see? I'm telling you. You buy them out and you get more information.
Thank you, kind soul, for learning my paltry sorceries. I never imagined that a bluntstone like myself would have the chance to play teacher.
Oh, that's it? Oh, well, fuck you. It's fine. It's fine.
Back to learn another? Why, of course.
Capitalism in Elden Ring. Starlight is new, yeah, and it's the most interesting one of them all. I could see myself using Starlight down the line when I explore. Just for the sake of not having to use a torch when I'm in a cave, you know. Let's see, I'm just gonna reset. See if it changes anything. Oh, I can increase the amount replenished by flasks. Which means nothing to me, because we're already filling it up to the max anyway. And I'm not leveling up HP, so much for that. Great runes. Should I activate my great rune? How many do I have? Arcs? 4? Yeah, 4 rune arcs. I don't know how easily I can replenish that, so I'm not gonna use them willy-nilly, but I feel like it's one of those things where, like a great rune like the one we have right now, I would mostly activate it for exploring more than boss fights, because boss fights are gonna die all the time anyway. But exploring, you know, it can help sustain you a little bit, making it a little easier to explore around and all that, so. Alright, anything new?
Back to learn another? Wonderful. You're most welcome to any of my anemic little spells.
Anemic little spells. Love that. Okay, nothing new. Alright. Cool. We're done with this guy. We'll have to... Oh, actually, I could add that to the to-do list. Because it seems linked to Selen, so I'm kind of intrigued. Where's my to-do list? Here. Find an extra glintstone key for cups. But yeah, yesterday we organized the notes and we also removed all the... We removed the background that I had behind the notes because with the new layout, it made it a little confusing. Wasn't very aesthetically pleasing anymore, so we went with a pure black background now. Okay, so there's a way up here. There's a little side thing here, and then there's a way down. I'm assuming the way down's the way to go. Let me check up here first. Nothing. Really wonder how I can go back to the Chapel of Anticipation. I'm sure we'll find our way back eventually. Probably a teleporter. Based on the fact that there's no other access to it. Yep. Okay, so way down there I think is probably the main path, and then there's a little cemetery here also with an item. Nice. What's up, Kimi? How are you doing today? How you doing? Oh, skeletons. Yep. If only I had some holy magic. Oh my lord. That's a cool looking axe. Do I have it? Holy shit, I am not doing any damage. What the fuck? Holy. Wait a minute. I am not doing any damage at all. What the fuck is that? It's a basilisk. Yeah, that is crazy. Like, I did not expect to do that low. I mean, it's one enemy. Let's, you know, let's see how it works. Maybe it's the weapon type. What I really need to do is, on top of having like a boss killing weapon and an exploration weapon, I do need a striking weapon. I do need an upgraded striking weapon. Because I feel like those for certain type of enemies are much better. I'm using a Partisan +7. Okay, my damage is fine. It's just that one dude, I guess. Warming stone. Alright. What do the warming stones do again? Use FP to continuously restore HP of nearby allies. It is said that the Erdtree was once as warm as the gentle sun, and would gradually heal all who bathed in its rays. It's all good, Colossi. No worries. Appreciate you understanding. It's all good, man. Yeah. But yeah, any information about the game is prohibited by the rules of the channel. Really, really trying to get the most pure experience possible. It's me and only me. You know what that looks like? That looks like one of those little balls that owls reject. I don't know what they're called again. You know, like owls eat rodents and then they spit out little balls of matter mixed with bones and all that. That's what that reminds me of. Pellets. Yeah, thank you. Whoa, what is going on? Did you see how quickly the darkness spread? That was crazy. I like Better Call Saul more than Breaking Bad. Yeah, a lot of people say that. I don't know how I feel myself. I haven't finished Better Call Saul. I watched like the first 4 seasons, I think. Obviously Better Call Saul is a little slower, right? It's more of a character study. Breaking Bad has a lot more sort of adventure and action in it, I guess, if that's a fair way to put it. I do really like both shows, really. Better Call Saul's better because no Skylar? I think Skylar is a great character. She's obviously portrayed as an antagonistic character, right? Is the main character is Walt, but it's a very interesting layered character. Academy Scroll. Oh, is that something I need to give Corin, maybe? Give to learn Sorcerer. Oh no, so sell him? Scroll of the Academy of Rhea Lucaria, the Glintstone Sorcerer's place of study. Can be given to a learned sorcerer to access the following sorceries: Great Glintstone Shard and Swift Glintstone Shard. That one particular happy birthday. Yeah, I remember that scene. And it was a little, you know, it was a little cringe, but listen, Walt had plenty of cringe moment himself. Not trying to turn this into a comparison, but I blame Ted for that scene. Yep, me too. He forced her to do it. Or, I don't know if it was one of her colleagues or whatever, but she didn't want to do it, right? She was peer pressured into it. And she was clearly uncomfortable, agreed. Didn't put a gun to her head. She had a choice. I mean, if you ignore all the dynamics at play in the workplace, sure. What's up, Facehugger? How are you doing today? But anyway, I think Skylar is a great character. I think she brings a lot to the show. But yeah, the comparison between Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul kind of reminds me of. It's like, to me, it's like the comparison between Pulp Fiction and Jackie Brown, right? Pulp Fiction is Breaking Bad and Jackie Brown is Better Call Saul. And I do think Jackie Brown's a better movie. But it's definitely less fun to watch, right?
Back to learn another.
Can I give you the
Of course.
scroll? I can't give him the scroll. So I'm assuming I can give the scroll to Selen. So in those moments, now that we're sort of expanding the world a little bit. We're exploring further. I'm not gonna be able to never fast travel. You know, like typically I don't want to fast travel if I can avoid it, but and again, I'm not gonna fast travel in new areas that I'm exploring. I want to backtrack and make sure that I see as much as possible, and sometimes I'll probably backtrack through older areas as well to make sure I didn't miss anything. But like for instance, in a case like this where we have a scroll, I think it makes sense when I find a Grace to quickly teleport back to Selen, give her the scroll, and then teleport back to where we were, just to make sure I don't miss any quest progression. You know, because I don't think the game's gonna be linear in that way that I can just wait. So I think in those cases it makes sense to do like quick teleports here and there. Better Call Saul feels so tragic. Yeah, I really need to finish watching Better Call Saul. I've been rewatching it not too long ago, because I had stopped, like, I think it's season 5 or something, but I think I remember one scene. I don't want to spoil anything, but one scene with a German guy, and if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. That scene broke my heart. That was really fucking sad. Is that a mosquito? Oh my god. That would be the first mosquito of the year. Please don't be a mosquito. Hold on. I need to see the insect that just... I mean... Can't find it. I mean, we all knew it had to happen one day, right? The mosquitoes coming back. Shit. Okay, do I keep pushing or... Wait, hold on. We're very close. Oh, I think Dead Whale meant to tag Frufox message, but probably misclicked. I don't think Dead Whale is trolling. I think he has an opinion about Skylar, and that's fair enough. You know, you can have your own opinion. And I get it. You know, listen. Outside of, obviously, there's the, like, what Frufox mentioned is true. There's this little sort of over-the-top reaction to Skylar, you know, saying that she's just bad and that Walter White was great and blah blah blah, and that's obviously, again, one of those minority opinions that are way too loud on the internet. But I think there's reasons to find Skylar annoying, just like any character in any show. And we also have to be, you know, we have to realize that she's written as an antagonistic force. It makes sense that you would have a reaction to her that's negative. She's written as an antagonist. Obviously, if this was a real-life situation, she's clearly a victim, right? And so you would look at that situation in real life and be like, oh yeah, Walter White's a piece of garbage, right? That man's a piece of garbage and she's a poor victim. But the way the show is written is Walter White's the character, he's the protagonist. He's the one you wanna, he's written to be likable and relatable, right? Well, not so much likable, but relatable at least, right? We understand why he's doing the things he's doing. Even if he's doing bad things, he's doing it for reasons we can relate to, which is provide for his family. And then later, you know, the search for power and all those things. And also, he's an extremely competent character, which is fun to watch, right? We love watching freaking competent characters. Competent characters. We love watching people being good at what they do. That's fun to watch, right? So obviously, you watch the show, you take Walter's side. That's kind of how it's written. And Skylar becomes this antagonistic persona of, you know, trying to stop him. And obviously, you know, there's a few scenes in there, again, like the way it's written, you know, she's cheating on him while he's, you know, while he's fighting cancer. And there's one season, I don't remember exactly which season, but he's, you know, like she's kind of being difficult with him, right? She's not communicating at all, and he's trying. You can tell that he's trying to sort of, and you're seeing from the perspective of Walt, because that's how the show is written. He's trying to provide for his family and for her, and he's all the bad things that he's doing is trying to do for good reasons, right? And so obviously you get mad at Skylar for being so lacking in communication, being so, you know, kind of closed off to him. But again, we feel this way because it's written to feel this way. If this was a real situation that we would look at, like a friend of us or something, you would be like, well, you know, Walt is also not telling you the truth, and he's lying, and he's a piece of garbage who's selling fucking drugs, right? So yeah, exactly, Ingthar. Yeah. But that's the thing. I think something that's important to not lose track of is the perspective under which the show is written. Walt is the main character. He's written to be likable and fun, even though he does terrible things. Relatable, likable, fun. Competent, charismatic, everything, right? And Skylar's written to be this antagonistic force that is trying to stop him. So obviously you're gonna have a negative reaction to her. That means it's, like Grimm says, it means they did good. Yeah. Exactly, Rayroom. Joel is an actual piece of garbage. He's doing terrible things. But he's written to be likable and relatable, and so he is.
There you are, my apprentice.
So can I give you a scroll?
Shall we commence the lesson?
Give a scroll, okay? Okay, there's one thing I want to try before I do that. Hold on. I want to see if we can do anything with the other one now that we've talked to, what's his name, about her. Maybe if we mention something about the Graven Witch or whatever, it's gonna unlock something. Oh, can I jump down there? Probably not, right? But yeah, I think it's, you know, outside of the Breaking Bad conversation specifically, I always think, as, you know, as a writer, I always think it's a super interesting topic of the perception of a character based on how they're written and their role in the story. I think it's a fascinating topic and a pretty important one. If you're a writer, you know, you kind of want to have that shit under control, because you need the characters you're writing to provoke the reactions you want them to, right? So it's definitely something to understand well. Because it's very easy to accidentally write a protagonist that's really not fun or enjoyable for people to read. And sometimes you want to do that on purpose, you know? You may want your protagonist to not be likable, but most of the time, most people want a likable protagonist. I've seen what I think is a mosquito again. Sorry. I just need to identify what it is. Because if it's a mosquito, then whatever, it's a mosquito. But if it's... Oh my god, I'm gonna die! Holy shit! I literally one-handed my controller to dodge in time. Such a gamer. Can't find it. Flying around, but... Anyway. If you see my eyes just go like this sometimes, it's because I'm trying to track that fucking flying thing. Okay, nothing new here. Whatever. It was worth a try. But yeah, I think someone mentioned her, like, Skylar's sister, what's her name, Marie, in Breaking Bad. That was also an interesting dynamic here, I think, between Hank and Marie, right?
There you are, my
Because
apprentice.
Hank's obviously,
Shall we commence the
again,
lesson?
an extremely fun character to watch. He's very good at what he's doing. He's written from at least for a while, he's written from like a protagonist perspective, right? He's one of the good guys, so to speak. But he's also a very difficult man. Like, I mean, if you watch the way he behaves in the show at the beginning and everything, he's not an easy guy to, you know, to be around, probably, if you were a real life person. And obviously Marie, you know, the whole stealing thing, and but then again, when Hank's you know, bedridden, I'm trying to not be too specific because spoilers, but she's really good to him, really trying to support him as well as she can. I admit I hated Abby for a time. Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to, right? Again, like that's kind of the whole point of that conversation. Like you're meant to have that reaction at first. It's proof of good writing that they can get you from hating her to finally getting her perspective, and by the end of it all, you know, you understand her, and she becomes a three-dimensional, very interesting character, you know? I find it interesting that many people did not stop hating her. Well, I guess there's some people just have their opinion and that's it, right? You can like it or hate a character regardless of what's shown to you. But I think also some people just maybe could never get past, I guess, the sort of brutality of her actions, which I get, you know, I understand. We're not all the same, right? Give the Academy scroll.
Is that a scroll? Takes me back to my academy days. Very well. This is sorcery with which I'm not entirely unfamiliar. I'll be sure to incorporate it into one of your lessons. Never lose that inquisitive spirit, my apprentice.
She was nicer than I would be, let's just say that. You mean if you were in her position? Okay. Fair enough. Hold on, I need to add another personal note here. Do not fuck with Grim. You need to play Hitman, Grim. I would stop everything that I'm doing to watch you play Hitman. I know you're excited, somewhat excited about the new James Bond game. I highly recommend you play the Hitman World of Assassination like trilogy before that game comes out. You would be great. It's a game about killing people in creative ways. What's better, really? Did you ever end up finishing that? No. Hitman can be so goofy. Yeah, but in fun ways, right? If you can figure out how to... Yeah, the hardest part of Hitman is to figure out how to buy the whole thing in the most economical way, I guess. Because their release system was all over the place. I think it's a little better now. You can like buy the World of Assassination pack and you get everything, I think. But, yeah. Yeah, I would love to watch you play that, Grim. Honestly, based on everything, you know, the stories you've told about, you know, wanting to become an assassin, I think it would be fun. It would be a good time. Goes on sale pretty often too. I would have left no loose ends. All of them would have been cut. Fair enough. Yeah. Alright, so 2 new sorceries. Swift Glintstone Shard and Great Glintstone Shard. Those unworthy of the Stone Crown typically end their brief journey into sorcery here. The Stone Crown typically end their brief journey into sorcery here. So I'm assuming that's the Stone Crown, is those masks they're wearing, right? We've seen another guy with a mask like that in Celia, haven't we? I'm pretty sure everyone in Celia had masks like that, actually. Stone crowns, huh?
You wish to continue very well.
Okay. Nothing to talk about yet. What's up, Miss Shiver? How are you doing today? Watch read enough things to know if you leave a loose end, you will regret it. That is true. Can't fault your logic. And yeah, you would love Hitman. That's exactly the type of mindset you need to have to get it, Hitman. No loose ends, no witnesses. Clean up behind you and all that. I need to be careful to never be connected to anyone who upsets Grim. That, yeah. Or, you know, have her on your side. For a modest sum, she can solve your problems. That sounds smart, I know. Good, thanks for asking. Of course, Miss Shiver. I'm glad you're okay. Yeah. If they saw me, they get cut. Jeez. Man is just working here as a janitor. How does anyone go on runs in the morning? I'm crashing like mad. Poor Brendan's just having a bad day. Trying to exercise. Okay, so I think we're good with anything that's above those areas. So now we go down. Look at how beautiful this is, by the way. Little, you know, canyon again in between the cliffs. Little passage between the cliffs. Little deer screaming. Love the aesthetic here. I'll be very careful that I don't get seen by innocents, I guess. So you do approve of Todd's decision in Breaking Bad, then? If you know the one I'm talking about, you know. I don't want to spoil it otherwise. Don't remember exactly. Haven't seen the show in ages. Yeah, he shoots a very unfortunate witness in one of the scenes of the show, who also happens to be a child. That's a conundrum right there, huh? If I am that bad at my job that I get got by innocents, I need to rethink my job for sure. Fair enough. You know, again, I've said that in the past, but I'm saying it again. If you were actually an assassin, this would be a very good way to cover your tracks. Just talk about it on the internet and, you know, as if you were like, oh yeah, no, we're just, you know, we're just imagining. Just having a conversation, you know. It was in a video game at FBI. Yeah, FBI man, we're just talking, okay? We're on Twitch. This is about video games, obviously. Why would anyone ever want to be an assassin? I'll let Grim answer that one. Travel, meet interesting people. Money. Yeah, money is a good argument, I guess. And if you have no, you know, real attachments or anything. Meet interesting people. Yeah, I like that. Meet, quote unquote. Okay, here's a camp and they have new gear. Oh my god, new colors. We have a new flavor of soldiers. I love that it's basically the same soldiers with new colors everywhere. I understand, right? I mean... And to be fair, their gear is slightly different. You know? But, yeah. Foot soldiers, tabard. Foot soldier, tabard. Padded cloth armor with more than a few stains. Widely issued to foot soldiers in a Ward's army. So the stone crown, I want to take a note about that. I think graduates get a stone crown. Yeah. But you would be taking lives? Yeah, but I mean, it's offer and demand, right? There's a job for it, right? Like there's a demand for it, so someone has to do it, I guess. Which obviously, ethically speaking, on a fundamental level, it's not a great thing to do. I don't think anyone disagrees there, but plenty of people do very unethical things for money. It doesn't have to be straight up killing people, right? Sometimes the consequences are very indirect. Also, maybe, I don't know, maybe some assassins kill bad people, right? I'm down to take out some bad guys, let's go. Dude. I am this close to like personally gifting you Hitman so that you play that game. Everything you say makes me want to sit you down in a chair, install World of Assassination on your computer, and force you to play it. And you'll thank me later. No, but I know you're picky with your video games and all that, but... You are a very Agent 47 coded. I'll say that. Glintstone Craftsman Cooker. Kind of sensitive to this kind of topic, so maybe it would be best if I shut myself up. I mean, your opinion is very welcome, of course. It's just, you know, it's... I think it's one of those sad realities, right? That, unfortunately, there's a demand for assassinating people. But I definitely think, you know, like... If you're looking at, like, the ethical sort of spectrum... Is... an assassin really a worse person than the ruthless CEO of a life insurance health insurance company that continuously screws his clients over? And talk about that for a second. How's my boy Luigi doing these days? Has the whole thing been thrown out yet? What's up, Green Fang? How are you doing today? In a video... Oh, of course, in a video game. What's up, Marique? I think to answer that, we have to ask if morality exists outside of human concepts. I don't think it does, yeah. I think morality by default is a human concept, right? The laws of nature do not care for morality. It's just... the laws of nature. It's just a chain of, you know, food supply and everything, right? Evolution, filters, and all that. My name's not Grim for nothing, clearly. Yeah. I respect it. There are no good or bad guys, just teams. I think that's fair. Yeah. Morality is close to majority rules. Yeah. I think there's reasonable philosophical arguments to have, like conversations to have, right? About things that intuitively or intrinsically feel morally aligned on the good side or the bad side, but obviously some of it is arbitrary, right? That's kind of like everything with human nature. Morality is independent of humanity's existence, hardly anthropocentric. You don't think morality is a purely human concept? Maybe I'm misunderstanding your sentence. That's possible too. You can have non-human sapient creatures. Sure. Yeah, I was thinking about apes right now. Do we have any evidence of apes showing a sense of morality? I'm really asking. It's not a trick question. I have no idea. And even then, even if they do, and we observe that, isn't it us attributing morality as we define it to their behavior? Because they can't really share what they think of it as a topic. They don't use the same modes of communications as we do, for the most part, right? So it's like, it's kind of a best guess kind of scenario, right? Yeah, exactly, Strange Pie. That's my point. It, without communication, without language, it's hard to determine. I think there's two things here. And where I kind of can reconcile with DJ's vision is, I think there is a world where the greater concept we call morality is not something that's purely a human thing. I think that's true. But I think the definition and the specifics in which we sort of frame it as humans, that's a very human thing. But I think it may, there's a chance that it, like, by extension, there's like a greater concept of what morality is. As something greater than just, you know. And we just came up with one limited definition of it, I guess. I think that's a thing that I can, if you know, if you want to get into the philosophy of it, I think I can accept that. That just makes me want to rewatch The Good Place, honestly. What a show. I'm watching Severance, then The Good Place will be back up again. Hell yeah. I still need to watch Severance. I need to get some more Adam Scott in me. That's what he said? Happy Pride, everyone? Five Guys not enough? Guess not, Ankthar. Guess not. I tend to relate to anti-heroes the most. If I were an assassin, I would be very anti-hero style. Yeah, if you were, of course. Hypothetical. Free body problem too. Need more hours in the day. Yeah, I need two parallel lives. One of them just to enjoy content and stuff, and the other one to work and do the things I need to do to be an adult. Of course, hypothetically, indeed. Yeah, obviously. One of these days, you're gonna get a knock on your door. It's gonna be like, okay, listen. You gotta stop that shit on that Twitch TV website. We keep getting flagged. And we're, no, you're just, you know, you're just kidding around, but... Maybe that's your opening. When they knock, you can be like, well, you could just hire me, and then, you know. That's your into the CIA. Yeah. Was about to say that. Hell yeah. Same brains. You mentioning Jason Bourne made me want to watch that series. I must confess, I have never seen Jason Bourne. I always wanted to, but I've never seen it. always wanted to be Jason Bourne, yeah. Even if morality is purely human fiction, does it matter? It's still better to adhere to it than not. I mean, from a human standpoint, sure. I agree. I think it becomes a problem, and that's a bit of a tangent, but I think it becomes a problem when we impose that morality system onto things that can't accept, like, that can't have a concept of it. And it could be something as simple as an animal killing a human being. A human being enters a lion's den and gets eaten alive, and then we shoot the lion because it killed a human that entered this territory. I feel like that's really weird. And I understand the idea behind it. I still think it's very weird. Because the lion's just doing what it does. It does what a lion does. There's literally no fucking... It's not doing anything bad. It's only doing something bad if we apply morality that is purely human to an animal that doesn't have a concept of it. And by extension of that, and historically we have a lot of examples of that, going to people around the world that do not have the same concept of morality as we do. Think of like an isolated tribe, and then be like, you will follow the teachings of the Christ or you will die. You get where I'm going with this, right? That's what Europe did for centuries, going all across the world and murdering people if they didn't want to conform to a certain standard of morality, which in itself is pretty questionable, right? The practices they've used to do that kind of shit. So that's why I think, it's a very nuanced thing. Like, there's layers to this. It's not just as simple as like, oh yeah, morality good, right? But that tribe that keeps killing missionaries trying to convert them, leave these people. Exactly. And I feel like I cannot judge those people on grounds of morality, right? Like they're they're not murderers, they're just protecting themselves. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna watch the Jason Bourne movie one of these days. I hear good things about them. I wanna learn what Grimm does for a living when she's not streaming on Twitch TV. Joking, of course. She's totally not an assassin or a CIA agent. Totally fictional. What's up, Goal? Oh my god, it's Jason Bourne. I've heard the meme, but yeah, I need to watch the movies to get it. I'm a big fan of John Wick. I don't know, I don't think Jason Bourne's anything like John Wick, but I do like a good, action movie with a lot of killings. I understand Jason Bourne's more of a modern, like, James Bond type thing, I think. Oh shit, is the new Ballerina movie out now? Oh, it's only in the cinema, I guess. Yeah. I need to wait until it's on like streaming platforms. I'm not gonna go to the theater. I want to chill at home with my sound set up and snacks and all that. John Wick is more fantasy. Yeah. That's what I really like about John Wick, by the way. I like the world building in John Wick, in my opinion, is absolutely fascinating. And I feel like the first movie, specifically the way it does exposition, like the way it just informs you about how the world works without ever really explaining it to you, is masterfully done. Like the first John Wick is a masterclass in how to show your world building rather than tell. I think they tell a bit more in the sequels, but The first movie was so perfect in that regard. It's really, really cool. Yeah, there's a new Mission Impossible. Is that the last Tom Cruise Mission Impossible? Have they said that it was going to be the last one? I mean, it's getting a little old, right? I like Keanu more as a person than an actor, if I'm honest. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's fine as an actor. Like, I think the quality of Keanu Reeves is that he's picking the right roles, right? I don't think he has a big range as an actor, but he picks the right roles for what he's capable of doing. And I think that's a quality we have to recognize. He knows his lane, and he's staying in it, right? I think John Wick falls off hard after 2. I think 3 is the weakest one. 3 is definitely the one that I've enjoyed the least. 2 was pretty good. 1 was a masterpiece. 2 was pretty good. I think 4 was decent. Yeah. I don't know. I'm really excited about Ballerina, though. It looks really cool. 4 is my least fave. I got unimmersed multiple times. I need to watch them again. Yeah, I've only seen, I think, 3 and 4 once. Yeah, I should probably rewatch 2, Tyler. Yeah. Which one has like the top-down video game looking sequence that looked like fucking Hotline Miami? That was 4, right? That scene was fucking rad though, like action-wise. Yeah. Great cinematography on that one. Yeah. But yeah, I think 1 is by far the best one. What's the Mad TV setup? You use the oh yeah, no, I'm on the PC most of the time, Credo. Anyway, a record of crafting techniques left by glintstone craftsmen who served the academy contains information on faux sorceries, such as they were called. Acquire the knowledge to craft the following: cuckoo glintstone. What the fuck is a cuckoo glintstone? Use FP to produce a magic bolt. A lump of broken glintstone and wreathed with magic power. A faux sorcery used by the Knights of the Cuckoo. Craftable item. Launched straight ahead using FP. A magic bolt springs forth from the point of impact. What's up, Naz? I imagine Keanu Reeves trying to play Daniel Plainview in There Will Be Blood. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not going to work out. Keanu Reeves is not that great of an actor. How are you, Naz? Are you labbing? Is Ryu taking shape? I think I've decided I want to learn a lady character in Tekken. I mean, I've started with Lydia, right? But I don't think I want to go back to Lydia. I think maybe I want to learn Asuka. Playing against her a few times yesterday kind of made me want to learn her. Yeah, how many you guys probably know, but how many Jason Bourne movies are there? Like 3? Is it a trilogy, or is there even more? Are all of them with Matt Damon, or is it one of those cases where there's like spin-offs that I should not watch or something? 3 main one and a new one they tried to do. Okay, that's what I was afraid of. Is the new one also worth watching? Like, is it still with Matt Damon, or is it something that's better ignored? 1, 2 are the best? Okay. I haven't seen the new one. Okay. There are 5? What the fuck? They keep making them. What's the 5th? Yeah, last one's from 2016. I thought Grim was a fan. Shake my... maybe it's confidential information. Maybe the one she can't mention contains information about her secret life. I don't know. She's trying to you know, distract us from the truth. So the Bourne Identity, the Bourne Supremacy, and the Bourne Ultimatum. Those are the three, like, major ones, right? Like the trilogy. And then the Bourne Legacy in 2012, and then just Jason Bourne. Okay, and the Bourne Legacy apparently is with... What's his name again? Jeremy Renner? Yeah. And then the fifth one is again with Matt Damon in 2016. Okay. Cool. And they just called it Jason Bourne. I hate when they do that. It's like the Rocky movies, right? They release a whole bunch of Rocky movies with different numbers, and then suddenly Rocky Balboa. I saw the Jeremy Renner one. I forgot that was a Bourne movie. Yeah, I mean, if it's like a completely different character and all that, I don't blame you for that. Also, yeah, Shepard, you were just saying earlier that, you know, you're taking some risks there. I would sleep with one eye open tonight, Shepard, just saying. Oh my god, wait. This is a swamp. Oh, hence Liurnia of the Lakes, I guess. It's kind of a shallow lake or something. It looked like a simple forest from a... Oh my god, this is beautiful. Look at this. It just looked like a misty forest from up there, but... Oh, there's water everywhere. Well, that's fun. Love water. How about new IPs? Then you don't have this problem. That sounds like a very bad way to please your shareholders, Strange Pie. I don't know. You speak nonsense to me right now. Think about the poor shareholders. Yeah, Strange Pie hates shareholders. Okay, so yeah, I'll try to watch the first Bourne trilogy one of these days. I've been in the mood for watching movies lately. What's that one movie that I wanted to watch the other day? I haven't watched it yet. Oh yeah, the Alex Garland stuff. I want to watch Civil War. That new Alex Garland... well, not new, but recent Alex Garland movie. They put Alex Garland back in my mind with the Elden Ring stuff, so... I'm excited to see what he's been doing lately. You enjoy the first three Bourne movies? Coming from you, I think that's pretty good endorsement, since you're typically not a fan of action movies.
You're new around here. Surprised you found me in my little nook. No matter, no matter. Your money's as good as anyone else's. Why don't you take a look at my wares?
This guy talks.
Oh, but don't ask me how I got my hands on them, eh?
This guy talks the way I imagined Dumbledore talking when I was reading the books back in the day. Oh, a lantern. I already have one, though. I guess if I had missed it until now. Smithing stones. Okay. I should maybe buy some of that. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook. Crystal darts, spell-proof dried liver, and shatter shard arrow. Estoc. Large piercing sword with a long, hard-bladed edge. It is also capable of slashing attacks. For its large size, it can be wielded rather nimbly, leaving little opportunity for the enemy to counter. An astrologer's staff. Staff of the astrologers. A glintstone is embedded in the tip, enabling it to be used as a catalyst for sorceries. Sorceries must be memorized first at a site of lost grace, and the staff must be equipped to cast them. Bourne isn't as much action as John Wick. It has more talking. They're totally different altogether, you know. We no longer acknowledge the last two. Okay, fair enough. I'm not gonna contradict her. Kidding me? Seraphin, thanks for the lurk. Hope you're doing well today. Right. No, I got what you meant, Sal, you know, especially, you know, like what I said to Naz about him not liking action movies makes a lot more sense if they're less action movies than they are kind of sort of like, you know, thrillers, right? A lot more narrative there, typically. Standard medium-sized metal shield. Metal shields reliably negate physical damage when guarding, a trait which made them highly trusted on the battlefield. This shield looks sick, by the way. Holy crap. With the eagle and everything. Ugh. Astrologer hood. Fashioned from supple cloth. Worn by those who look to the cosmos above. They read fate in the stars and are said to be heirs of the Glintstone sorcerers. But alas, the night sky no longer cradles fate. Ooh, that's a beautiful description. Worn by those who look to the cosmos above. So the astrologers look at the stars for and prophecy and all that, right? I think we've established that before. They read fate in the stars and are said to be heirs of the Glintstone sorcerer. But alas, the night sky no longer cradles fate. So, hold on. We did have something about that, right? Glintstone, Ember of the Stars, contains residual life, vitality of the stars. Starcaller. There was something in here, I'm pretty sure. I'm finding it again. I'm looking at my notes right now. Oh, you can't see it. My bad. Yeah, we took a few notes of the glintstones. The night sky no longer cradles fate. I think that goes into the questions. About the world. Why is it said that the night sky no longer cradles fate? The astrologers used to find prophecies and predictions in the cosmos, but no longer. What happened? Related to the shattering? Oh. Same description on every item. I do like that set though, it looks really cool. I need... How much money can I get? I really need to buy some stuff. Let's see. I want the astrologer set. And the shield. And the cookbook. And the S-stock. And I do want these as well. I don't have that many of them, and if I want to upgrade other weapons, it can be useful. And we're out of money. I keep spending my money. I'm never going to be able to level up at that rate. Which is okay, I guess. I'm still probably a little over-leveled. I need to try that S-stock. Can I poke? Okay, I can poke. Yeah, same moveset as oh, okay, not quite. It has like slashing attacks as opposed to Rogier's rapier. Rogier's rapier is just piercing, right? Really cool. I really want to work on that axe. That axe, at some point I'm gonna have to use it as my boss killing weapon. Literally just for the heavy attacks. It is so cool. Those heavy attacks are so cool. And I don't know, it just looks... That big crescent blade looks so fucking cool. This reminds me I need to continue watching Orb. It's an astronomy astrology anime called Orb, the Movement of the Earth. No wizardry about it. What a missed opportunity. Yeah, no, I've never heard of it. My anime cultures... I haven't... I'm saying it all the time, but I haven't watched a full anime since Cowboy Bebop back in the day. I watched a little bit of Attack on Titan, like the first 3 seasons. Wasn't that big of a fan, but it was okay. I did start watching... I watched the first episode of Naruto not too long ago. I was curious. I've never seen a single episode of Naruto, so I watched the first episode. It was alright. I'm not sure if I want to commit to 800 episodes, but it seems good. Let's see. Can we do some mix and match with the astrologer stuff? Not a shonen. Oh, Orb. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like something a little different. That's a cool robe, honestly. Yeah, what a cool set. Jesus. Wait. Could this be my boss killing setup? How heavy is it? 6.3. 3.2. I mean, this could be my boss killing setup depending on how it goes. But yeah, this looks so cool. What a nice combination. What's up, Moist? How are you doing today? What you need to do is watch Steins Gate. Yeah, people keep telling me that. Should I be playing the visual novel first, though? Before watching the anime? Like, cause I hear... Was it originally the visual novel and then they made an anime, or the other way around? Because I hear the visual novel's super interesting. One season? Yeah, that's pretty low commitment. Got tired of this set? Yeah? Man, I think that set looks fucking amazing. I wonder how it's gonna combine with other hoods. Okay, it only puts the big hood if you use the actual set, huh? That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. Okay, that's kind of sick. Sort of a Templar vibe. What if I use this hood with something else then? Oh. Not great. I think it was visual novel first, but I haven't messed with it. Fair enough. Yeah, I do. Man, it's annoying because I really do like the astrologer's robe. I think it's a cool looking set. And even with like the spear and shield, it kind of looks cool. I don't know, it's kind of a vibe. But maybe later in the game we'll have a whole... I think my fashion right now is excellent. I'm gonna stick with it. It works with the whole big shield, big spear, well protected sort of vibe. But maybe down the line, you know, this is gonna be a long playthrough. I'm sure I won't be playing with the same weapons and sort of play style later on. So maybe at some point we'll be messing with some lighter equipment. We'll see. Oh, there's an item up there. How do I get there though? Yeah, I think I have to go around. That's what I feared. Okay, well, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna get the map. That's what we'll do first. It's in that direction. Let's just go get the map so that we can have a better exploration structure. Oh, Jesus! What are you? Oh my god, what are you? This looks like a small version of those, like the spider thing in Stormveil. Well, at least it dies fast, so there's that. Is that supposed to be a road? I think that's supposed to be the main road. We can see like the little lights on the side. It marks the path, I guess. Ah, oh, jeez, another one. Okay. Yeah, there will be time for new outfits. We're 155 hours in, and we just made it to Lurnia. So, we'll be fine. Is that the same thing as the other ones? Okay. Those things make me think of giant ticks. I hate ticks. Disgusting. Oh, there's the map. Nice. Beautiful. The map marker on the non-map hurts my immersion. I understand why they put it here, right? From a design perspective, it makes sense. You would want to sort of give a hint to the players as to where they can find the map. Personally, of course, I wouldn't mind if it wasn't there. You know me. The less the game guides you, the better I feel. But I do get it. I understand why they would give players information. Acquire material. Oh, that wasn't the plant, not exactly the thing. Like a specific... Oh yes, you know, what about a big tower that you can climb, and then when you're at the top of it, you look around and it... How about that? That would be original, right? Like, nobody's ever done anything like that. You should sell that idea. Yeah. Like, put me on the phone with Ubisoft. I've got something for them. Oh, I know. I'm just making... Because it, you know, it kind of sounded like that, but... Map Liurnia East. Alright, let's see. First things first, let's read. Map of Liurnia Eastern Region. The majority of Liurnia, known for its vast forests and ever-present fog, is sinking into a lake. The eastern coast is home to a high road running north and south. So it's sinking into a lake. That's fascinating conceptually. I wonder what happened there. Like, obviously the lands between are a very like fractured landscape, right? So maybe it just found itself... Oh my god, okay. That did not reveal a lot of the map. We don't even see the location of the academy from there. Oh my... Whoa. What a weird way to cut the map. So, okay, there's the whole west area that's not mapped, right? Oh my god, this place... Dude, how far does it go? Chile discovered. And that's... Actually looks like the shape. Okay, so there's a... What I think is what's it called again? Never Jail up there. I think I'm gonna check this first. And then maybe we'll investigate the right side. What is that? Ruin here, maybe a fort or a church. Some caves here that I can see. More buildings, whatever that is. More caves. Tower and this. Okay. Well, this is gonna be challenging to explore. This is gonna be challenging to explore. Okay, there's a wellspring here. Is that what they're called again? Wellsprings? There's a wellspring here that could allow me to get up there. Don't really want to do that. I kind of want to go the long way and actually explore the thing before I get to the Ever Jail. What is that? No, you know what? Let's be methodical. There. Oh, God. Game, please. Okay. Actually, we haven't been that far even. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna put a line here. How far we've been. Yeah, let's explore this first. You should see my map. Currently, I did the exact same thing, line with those markers. Yeah, that's funny. It's such a good way to mark how far you've been, right? Right, like, do a line with the markers. Okay, yeah, I first want to clean all of this. This way I can then progress safely. And then I think I want to explore this and that. Connect back with the bridge. I saw there was like a big carriage here that I can maybe get an item from. So maybe explore that side first. This is very overwhelming. This place is huge. What the fuck? Is that a giant crab? Oh, it's a fucking lobster. Crawfish. Whatever you want to call them. They have so many different names. I can't even... Yeah, what's the many different names for like the lobsters? Crawfish, what else? Shrimp, prawns. It's all the same, right? Crawfish are not lobsters. Okay, see, that's where it starts being confusing to me. Crustaceans. Yeah, that's a greater thing, right? Different subspecies. Okay. You clearly didn't watch Pippi the King Prawn and the Muppets? No. I haven't. Shellfish. Crawfish don't live in the ocean and have different names depending on the region. Crawfish, crayfish, crawdaddy are the common ones. Okay. And so, like, a lobster lives in a river? No, in the ocean? Okay. And what's a prawn, then? Is a prawn and a lobster the same thing? It's a mech suit. Yeah. All you Subnautica enjoyers out there. God, Subnautica was such a great game. I had such a good time. Do you realize it's been a year since we were playing Subnautica? I feel like it was just yesterday. That playthrough, Subnautica's playthrough was so fucking rad. What a great time. Prawn is like a larger shrimp. Oh. So nothing to do with lobsters. I haven't played Below Zero yet, no. I do want to. I mean, Subnautica 2 is coming out next year? Question mark? So I'm gonna have to play Subnautica 2 at some point before that, right? Yeah, I've heard that a lot, World War Blue, but I've also heard some people say that they thought Below Zero was just as good. So, I don't know, we'll see how I feel. Yeah. They're all kind of similar, but they're different than lobsters. Okay. You love both, Grim? Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. So, wait. Those things in the... well... I don't know. I'm confused about all those shellfishes. I'm not a big seafood enjoyer, so... They're giant crawfish. A prawn is a lobster without the claws from the looks, but a lobster is still way bigger. I feel like I need a PhD to understand the difference between those things. I'm a simple man. Too complicated for me. Yo, Timmy, what's up? How are you doing today? Okay, I need to make sure to check the cliffs. Make sure I'm not missing like a dungeon or something. Now you want a crawfish boil? You know what I want? Lasagna. I've been craving lasagna since yesterday. God, I would kill for a lasagna right now. Not actually kill, right? But... yeah, I would hire Grim to kill someone for me to get a lasagna. Doing okay, how are you? I'm doing good, Timmy, thank you. I guess okay is better than not. So. Hiring a cook might be cheaper. Yeah, but also a lot less fun. Where's the fun in the lasagna if you haven't... if nobody died for it, right? Is it even worth eating? Like, I don't know. You put meat in it, somebody did die for it? Alright. Human meat lasagna it is. At that point, might as well go for cannibalism. You know, I'm someone who will always try something at least twice. Because even if you don't like it the first time, you can be sure. Maybe it's an acquired taste type thing, you know? I know what you meant. I still said what I said. This way the killing, you know, is morally more acceptable, right? Because we're actually eating the food. There's things you can only try once. That is true. Wait, is there a whole ledge? Oh my god, this place is so big! I am so overwhelmed by the size. Like, it didn't look that big from up there. But now that I'm down here, I've barely seen anything. And there's already like massive sprawling ledges and shit. We're using all parts? Yep. How are you today, Brainy? I did have lamb goat lasagna recently. It was pretty good. Hell yeah. Yeah, I like lamb typically. I do make lamb fillet every so, you know, not too regularly, but like maybe once every couple months, and I really enjoy that. Why not both? Hire a cook, eat lasagna, murder the cook, Emperor style. Oh man, that reminds me. Oh no, not those fucking things again. God damn it. Freaking bats. How is our PP doing? My PP's been doing pretty okay. Since I got it last, when was it? Last April when we first got the Plus program. I've never fell out of it. I qualified every month, so I still have, you know, a year of. If I were to fail right now, I still would have a year before it cycles out, so we'd have time to get it again. It was close a few times. Like I think one month at some point we were like down to like 106 or something. But these days we're a little higher. Like Elden Ring's been okay PP wise. Since actually since Fallout 4 and I switched to mid-roll ads, a few more people have subscribed to avoid the ads, I guess. So we've been doing okay. We're nowhere near the next tier, but that's okay. Everything in its own time. I still dislike the mid-rolls. I know, Goal, me too, but it works better. It is just flat out better. Yeah, we do have to have some ads, and the pre-rolls are, you know, hurt the channel more. So, unfortunately, it is what it is. If it was up to me, I would not have any advertisement on my channel whatsoever, but it is not up to me. Thank you, Timmy, for the tier 3 19 months. I appreciate that. That's a big, big sub. Thank you so very much for that. You weren't tier 3 before, were you? No, you always gift tier 3s, but you were not tier 3 yourself. I appreciate that. Thank you for the upgrade. Timmy, You will be remembered. It means a lot. Thank you. Thank you for the support over the years. 19 months. Been a while. You came in during Lies of P. Am I correct? From an Ash Monster raid, right? I think that was it. Fairly early in Lies of P from Ash. Yeah. I still remember. I was in that street where the little what's it called? Like the thing on the rail, the rail thing, rail car, whatever it's called, is like sort of crashing, and there's a light, and you know. I still remember I was there when she raided me. I don't know why I remember that so specifically, but memory works in a weird way. Like I was watching, I was specific. Like it's funny because I was watching Ash play that yesterday. Lies of P, and I was watching her play, and I realized that I barely remember anything of that game, but I remember that specific moment. I don't know. She got the plunger hat thing. I mean, it kind of looks like a butt plug, but it's flared. The base is flared for your safety, you know? It does. I was being nice. I mean, that's how she describes it herself. Well, no, she said it. She described it as a dildo, not a butt plug, but same difference, right? Yeah, flared base. Yeah, no, it was the whole thing. It's a whole thing, Captain Dax. What's up, Bristlebutt? How are you doing today? Speaking of butts. Okay, so no, I'm baffled that there's no dungeon at all on this cliff there. I feel like I missed something. I'm distracted by chat. That's how you know it's for a booty. Safety first. That also doubles as a hat. Flexible tools. That's what you want, you know? Reminds me of that video of someone using a suction cup dildo to undent their car door. That video always makes me laugh. But yeah, what I was thinking of earlier when talking about you know, food and killing the cook and using the cook to kill and using the cook to make lasagna and then kill the cook and blah blah blah. I saw there was a video yesterday, a short on YouTube, with a dude being like, I found an infinite food glitch, and the dude has a head of lettuce, and he eats the lettuce, and then he has a you know, a stump of a lettuce, and he's like, now you put it in water, and look, after 3 days there's leaves again, and then you put some dirt and some soil, and then after a few weeks you have another lettuce. It's an infinite food glitch. And the dude was so proud of himself, and the first comment is like, dude invented agriculture. Or I don't remember exactly how it was worded, but it was so funny. Like, it was like, yeah, dude just discovered agriculture. I thought that was so funny. Yeah, it's like, dude found an infinite food glitch that we've been using for millennia to feed ourselves. What's up, Kuma? How are you doing? Hey, but to be fair, it does mean, I was talking about that with Naz yesterday. It does mean if you, there's a certain number of lettuce you could buy and then not have to buy any more food ever. I mean, okay, feeding yourself like, you know, 1500, 200 depending on your size, calories per day on lettuce, it's a lot of lettuce. Right? And you would probably have micronutrients issues and, you know, all those things, because it's just lettuce. Yeah, it sounds like a good way to get scurvy. Fair enough, right? But still. It just seems like an unrealistic number. Like you would need way too much. You would need like a field of lettuce for yourself. Isn't that kind of the plot of The Martian? Except in The Martian, he does it with potatoes, right? Like he uses his own poop to make like a potato field or something. I need to read The Martian again. That book was great. I need meat though. Oh, wow, Jesus. I don't want to upset... Nobody wants to upset you, Grim. You're amongst friends here. Put the knife down, please. Have you read Project Hail Mary? I haven't. Is it... What, did you enjoy it? I think I've heard conflicting opinions on that one. No chef is safe. Yeah. Oh? Oh? Hold on. Is there something hidden behind here? Ah, shit. Okay, fine there. Thank you. Perfect. Flowers are better than knives. That's how you get respect in Twitch chat, apparently. You tell everyone you want to be an assassin, you would have no problem killing everyone, and then suddenly everyone walks on eggshells around you. Holy fucking shit! Oh god, that was terrifying. Holy crap, I was putting my controller down. I was ready to get a swig of my water. Oh no, I don't have... Oh god, I didn't switch to barricade shield on my shield. That's a problem. Ow. Okay, I do okay damage, I think. I do need barricade shield on the shield, though. Oh, he's stuck! That's so funny. He never stops attacking! What the fuck? Oh shit! Okay. Oh my lord. Are we just okay? Like what? Short-term memory issues. We're gonna name that one Dory. Union break. Hey, they're really on, you know, when it's time for a break, it's time for a break, you know? He's charging his spirit bomb. He's a squirrel. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like Dory, you know, like 5-second short-term memory. He's focused, as simple as that. How dare you? Oh, God! Okay, break's over. Coco break. What is he doing? Okay, that's a grab. That's probably a grab based on the animation. Yeah, that's a grab. Oh my god! I was dodging on vibes right there. I have no idea what I was doing. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Are the fights with shrimps split in rounds? I'm pretty sure that was a 10-9 round for the shrimp first round. Vibe is a way to pronounce spam. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'm dodging on vibes, you know? I don't know what I'm dodging. I'm just going for it. Oh my god, we almost double KO'd. Hey, look at that, I win. Once again, we have not invested in vigor, I see. Nope. And I don't think I ever will. I think I'm just not gonna level up vigor. It makes the game more fun to me. That was a close set, yeah. That's how our ancestors used to get meat, FYI. Yeah, on the way to school, they would kill giant lobsters to get their lunch break, their lunch food, right? That's how our grandparents got their lunch lunch back in the day, you know. Okay, there's a dungeon there. Cool. Some jellyfish. I still have that Aurelia jellyfish stuff to figure out. I feel like it may just not be anything, but it feels like a quest of some kind. Because it was given to me by someone that says, you know, her distant home, she wants to go back there. Name is Aurelia. It feels like something that will lead into a quest of some kind, but every time I see jellyfish now, I'm sort of expecting something to happen, but nothing ever does. Do you taste the lake water? Is it salt water or not? So we can name them appropriately? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't understand how the water works in this game. Like the rivers and coming from the ocean or... Yeah, I don't know. It's all very confusing. Okay, so this is a cave-style dungeon, I think. Stillwater Cave. Those typically... What have we seen for a cave dungeon so far? There was one with like a group of wolves. There was one with the demi-humans. There was one with Patches and his crew. There was one that had a trap near a chest, if you remember that. That's the type of dangers we can expect, huh? Okay, first things first, I'm gonna put my little lantern. And then I'm going to put... Wait, it is barricade shield. Wait. No, shield bash, never mind. I could put no skill if I wanted to be able to use my kick. But I think barricade shield's really good. It's a really good skill. And I can always switch to two-hand if I want to actually kick someone. Where's barricade shield right now? Is it still on the... No, brass shield? No, it's on the gilded great shield that I can't use anymore. I don't have the rune activated. Oh shit, you can change the astrologer's robe. Nice. Thank you for the clip, Jode. Appreciate you. I don't know, it's such a hard decision for me to make because I think there's really merit to... Let's see how it feels. Like, say I'm, you know, fighting, blah, blah, blah. Suddenly someone has a shield. Bam, I can kick them. But then I do not have barricade shield as an option. Otherwise, you know, if I'm fighting someone who's guarding behind a shield, I don't need to shield myself. I can switch, kick them, kill them. The switches are pretty fast. Yeah, okay. No, barricade shield's too strong to pass, I think. It's a great skill. There we go. Nice. Alright. Let's see what's down there. Oh, come on. Those things, really? There's poison? Oh, come on. It's actually a poison fucking dungeon. There's like poison on the ground and all that. Not again, Miyazaki. Why would you do that to me, Miyazaki? Crystal cave moss. Oh. Faintly luminescent moss that grows in dark caves laced with fine crystals. Material used for crafting items. Among mosses, it possesses unique medicinal properties. Nice. What's up, Hamp? How are you doing today? I was just thinking that, like, you can hold a button to quick use items. I want a shift key for spells. Oh, like the way you can... Yeah. Hmm. You would like more options to have spells on the ready? Is that what you mean? Okay, well, this place kind of sucks. What the fuck is that sound? Oh shit, what is happening? The lack of controls for your two weapon skills? Yeah. I think, you know, Goal, I think the way I'm looking at it is, I think it's more like an intentional limitation. To force you to sort of make choices. I think From Software likes that kind of stuff, right? They like forcing you to have to make choices. You don't have access to everything all the time. I think that's kind of part of their philosophy, I guess. It's not about, like, making it easier to use. I think it's, yeah, leading you to a meaningful decision in the way you set up your character, but... Okay. Oh, come on. Yeah, obviously I'm gonna get poisoned. That sucks. Well, I mean, at least I can't get poisoned anymore. Also, holy shit, that flower is tanky as fuck. Oh. That was kind of rude. Yeah, that was just rude. Let's use fire. I know fire is good against those things. What's up, Nibiru? How are you doing today? killed by an enemy we can't even move. Well, I mean, if I go to it, it doesn't need to. Okay, before I jump down like an idiot, let me check if there's actually a way to quickly come back up after that. Oh. Oh man, okay. Oh shit! God, this is a whole thing. It's fucking hell. Oh my lord. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna do that. And then I'm gonna go down there, and I'm gonna fight! Yeah, burn! Bitch! Let's go! I'm like that character in that cartoon. I don't know what cartoon it's from, but there's a meme about it. Like that character that's just laughing evil, and there's, you know, flames all around him or something. Flames are good. And my regen from my flasks actually fights the poison back, so that's great. Hank Hill? I don't know. I don't know what the cartoon is from. It's like a cartoon. That doesn't narrow it down at all. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a character that's laughing at fire. Or with fire around him or something. Gravity Falls? Maybe? I don't know. If I saw the picture, I could tell you if that's that, but... Yeah, the regen's really, really strong for this shit. I'm telling you, that setup with... Oh my god, that's a lot of them! Oh, shit, there's 2 flowers. What the fuck am I supposed to do there? That one gift from Bob's Burger? That actually sounds correct. I think the art style checks out. I'm gonna die! God, this place is hell. Oh, whatever. Why would you fall that way? Just to fuck me over. So I can't fucking stun you. Critical you. God damn it. More fire. Also, that regen thing lasts forever. Like, holy shit. I don't know how long it lasts exactly, but it has to be like close to 5 minutes. Shit! Hold on. Yeah. Oh, come on. Oh, man, there's God, how many flowers is there in this place? Oh, God. Why does a flower know magic? I don't know, Cosmic Moon. That's a great question. If you find the answer, do not tell me. I want to figure it out by myself. Ah, jeez! This is fucking hell. Hold on. Yeah. Thank you, Smirk, for understanding. No game information whatsoever. I like to figure out all the things by myself. Okay, let's put some fire back on there. This is the hay fever experience. I'm very lucky that I don't have hay fever or any allergies. You know, I don't have any common allergies. I may have some that I'm not even aware of, but if this is what it feels like to have a hay fever, I feel really bad for you guys. Like, that must be hell. Yeah, good point, 10 bucks. Yeah, if I'm asking questions out loud, it's always I can't tell when it's gonna smash. I can't tell when it's gonna smash. It's just chilling and getting burned, and out of nowhere it just smashes. Oh god. Okay, at least I don't have to kill all of them again. Because I need to kill everything once. That's it. That's my rule. I can just make progress now. Can I just jump on the other side here? Well, so much for that. Oh god, this is hell. No. You know what? I think we're gonna do what I call a little cheeky reset. We're gonna reset this. This attempt was not good. It's just, you know. Let's pretend this never happened. Yeah, a little bit of a control Z, if you will. Exactly. God, you assholes. You know what? I'm gonna jump on the other side of this. Okay, so there's a path forward here. Yeah. I'm gonna mark that, and then I'm gonna keep exploring because there's a lot more stuff here. Oh my god, that's a lot of them. Oh, bullshit. Dude, the homing properties of those projectiles are actually crazy. That shit's following me all like 360, like 180 degrees around the thing. Where's my souls? Down there? Yeah. What are you doing here? Oh my god, dude. It never ends. The unpredictable smashing. Love that. That's been an issue for me my entire life. Could never tell when people wanted to smash. Okay, this is ridiculous. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Jeez. The girl from the martial arts gym. If only that was the only time that happened to me. I was a very oblivious young man. It got slightly better with age. Slightly. Let's craft some more of these. Okay, I do feel like this is the way forward because there's a grace, what's it called, a stake of Marika. Makes me feel like it's probably gonna be a dangerous area, so I'm gonna first check that one I left behind. Yeah. See where that goes. Yeah, DJ. I'll have to trust you on that one. Wait, is that... Oh no, that's a different area. There's a lot of items there. Oh god! Hate those fucking bats. God, I hate bats. They're poisoning me! What the... I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Oh, that's not a bad. That was not a bad. That was a one of those what's it called, like harpy or whatever. Yeah. Careful, Smurg. Once again, you're not allowed to give me any information about the game. Even if you see it on the screen, if I don't see it, you're not allowed to point it out. If I'm not seeing it myself, then I'm not seeing it. It's my mistake, my failure, right? Part of the experience. Sage, robe, trousers, and all kinds of gear. Okay. Let's see. That rock looks different. It's not. Let's see. Budding cave moss, faintly luminescent moss that grows in dark caves, speckled with tiny yellow flowers, primarily used in perfumes. And then the sage hood, robe, and trousers. Attire of the wise sages who were deemed heretical, evidence that the wearer was driven from town. From what town, I wonder? Attire of the wise sages who were deemed heretical, evidence that the wearer was driven from town. I'm trying to think if there's a way for me to take a note of that. Maybe in the random note? Let's see. Probably push that to the side. Create a Lernia one. Found a sage set in the Stillwater Cave. Poison. Attire of the wise sages who were deemed heretical and driven from town. What town? Were they members of the academy that didn't adhere to the rules? Question mark? I don't know. See, we'll see. Yeah, so I'm keeping like the way I'm doing it is all the things down there are for stuff like I'm purely speculating, and everything that's in the actual notes is the stuff that's sort of like established, right? The stuff that's a little more tangible, I guess. I guess that's the way I'm approaching it. But okay, interesting. I think that's it for this little side cave. So now let's go forward towards the Stake of America and whatever it leads to. I should rewatch those Police Academy movies. I liked those when I was a kid. I don't know how well or terribly they aged. But yeah, when I was a kid, I really loved them. Funny shit. Hello, sir. Can I knife you? Oh! That actually is quite a bit of damage. Nice. I like that you can see a hole in the wall that sort of maybe indicates where the poison's coming from. Like there's a certain logic in how the poison water sort of flows through this place. Oh man, this looks like fucking hell. Look at this shit. What's up, Elden Lord? How are you doing today? Crystal darts. Oh. Inflict. You use FP for those. Oh. Not great. Let's make fire bombs. Can always use more fire bombs. I'm also running out of flasks. Like this place is. I'm using so many flasks to go through this place. Okay, the problem is, as soon as I attack one of them, I feel like everyone's gonna wake up, and 3 people, maybe more, attacking me with spells is not ideal. But I don't want to use all my fucking knives either. I do have poison bone darts, but for some reason I feel like they're not gonna be too useful against those guys. Yeah, I don't think those dudes can be poisoned. Okay, let's see. Methodical, slow, one at a time. Just let the build-up come down. Let the build-up come down. Thankfully, he doesn't bend it around like James McAvoy in Wanted. I haven't seen Wanted in a while. I kind of want to watch that movie again. If only just for Angelina Jolie in that movie. It's a good movie for her. Oh, boss room, huh? Okay. That movie was something else but fun. Yeah, I mean it was kind of, you know, the plot was a little silly and obviously the bullet bending wasn't you know. It was its own thing, but yeah, it was a fun movie. I didn't check if maybe there was a secret behind that thing. Nope. Gave Mythbusters more thing. Oh, did they actually try to do that on Mythbusters? That's kind of cool. I'm assuming they found out it didn't work. Just a, you know, just a hunch. Oh my god. Character looks tired. Okay. Well, I don't know what's in there, but I'm sure we're gonna find out. I'm pretty sure that's clear without testing. You never know. You know, maybe a very slight bend. Barely noticeable, but present. Probably not, right? That's what the tests are for, yeah. Alright, let's see. Man. The Clean Rot Knight. Oh god. What is this? Holy crap. Holy shit! Okay, I staggered him pretty easily. That's good. Is that a parry posture? Like, is he gonna parry me if I attack? Oh my god. Okay, at least I'm doing damage. Yeah, that armor looks so fucking safe. If we could drop his set when I kill him, that'd be perfect. Oh, I'm so dead. Yep. Oh! What's up, Boomsticker? Yeah, that was brutal. Holy crap. I thought I was doing okay until the moment I got impaled and apparently got Scarlet Rot. That part was not cool. There's a little bit of a run back too. I mean, I can just ignore enemies and I guess get to the boss without getting poisoned, right? Yeah. Cool. Okay, now I have 9 flasks. That should be better. I mean, the problem's still the same. If he grabs me and I get the Scarlet Rod or whatever, I have no way of removing it. I may have some boluses, but I don't know if I want to use them. I kind of want to stock them up for Caleb. Ah, shit! Yeah, well, we're dead. Okay, my regen is fighting there. It's losing the battle against the rod, but it's fighting. Look at my regen trying to survive. Oh god. Winged sword insignia. Insignia. Do I even have a bullet? Yeah, I do have 7 of them. Well, okay, I'll have to use one. Whatever. Insignia? Okay, thank you. Thank you, DJ, for the 333 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. The celebratory bits for killing the death... What is it? That Clean Rot Knight? Death Rot. Clean Rot Knight. What an interesting character. Clean Rot Knight. What was he doing here, I wonder? Oh, geez. We're deep under Stormvale at this point. Clean Rot. Also, isn't Clean Rot a super interesting name? Clean Rot. But yeah, thank you, DJ. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Raises attack power with successive attacks. A talisman depicting a raised prosthetic blade. An honor bestowed upon the knights who fought alongside Malenia the Severed. Oh. Raises attack power with successive attacks. The wings symbolize Malenia and her undefeated prowess. Though she never knew relief from the accursed rod she was born into, her blade was forever beautiful and relentless. Okay, there's a few things I want to take note of here. Yo, Thurlow, thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Got to lurk for the rest of stream. It's D&D night. Have fun, everyone. Have fun doing D&D. I hope your character survives. Or if you were the DM, I hope everyone dies. Yeah, have fun, Carlo. Thanks for your help. What was a Clinrod Knight again? I thought something was on my wall. Doing in Stillwater Cave. They faction. I think this one's gonna go into world, maybe? Clean Rot Knights. Fought alongside Millennia the Severed. Winged Sword Insignia. And now I think we have, we already have a note about Millennia. Maybe? Maybe not? Oh, was it in Gilead? Wait, I didn't have a note on Millennia yet? I know she's present in our notes. Yeah, the Battle of Aeonia. Fighting Godric, Radahn. Mentions of her everywhere. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna create an entry in the world characters. Millennia. The Severed. Great warrior, clearly from her fights with a lot of people. We a lot of mentions of her fighting a bunch of people. Undefeated prowess. Born into the rot. She never found relief from. The blade was beautiful and relentless. Winged sword insignia. So her name is the Severed, and the talisman's depicting a prosthetic blade, which, you know, makes me think she lost an arm to the rot. Which is funny because that's exactly what Millicent also, we noted that when we found Millicent, right? She's lost an arm. She was missing an arm, and she's also like infected by the rot, and we need to find a needle to heal her. Well, that's an interesting connection. So much I wish I could say. Eventually, I'm sure we'll reveal everything and we'll be able to talk about it. But yeah, there's clearly a link there, right? She's affected by the rot, lost an arm to it. We need to find a way to cure her on Gowry's request. I don't know how Millicent got infected. I don't know if that was ever mentioned. I wish I had been more... I wish I had taken more extensive notes if something was told to me by Gowrie or Millicent herself. I don't think so. Millicent wasn't talking very much. She was game. But Gowrie may have mentioned something. I just didn't take note of it. Based on her name and the prosthetic blade. Obviously, that reminds me a lot of Sekiro as well, right? Like the prosthetic is a new thing that appears in a lot of From games. I don't know. Sekiro obviously was very, you know, like that was a big thing in Sekiro, the prosthetic blade, the prosthetic stuff you could add to your arm. I'm trying to remember if there was anything like that in the previous games, like in Dark Souls or Bloodborne. I don't think so. I can't remember that was a theme. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how all those From Software concepts sort of build up over the course of the series, and you know, they keep adding to it, and it sort of becomes part of the greater lore. Obviously, like we already mentioned, like the centipedes, right? Like the centipedes in Sekiro were a thing, and they're present here again. Yeah, I think the prosthetics were a Sekiro thing. That's when they were first introduced. I don't think Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 had them. I've played them like in, you know, like not too long ago on stream, and I could have forgotten, but yeah, I don't think there was anything prosthetic. I haven't played Bloodborne in a while. I need to replay Bloodborne, but I don't think there was anything like that. You haven't finished Sekiro? Yeah, like the you know, the main character has all these prosthetic things that you can, like, that's one of the main mechanics, yeah. So that's definitely a you know, something that carried over, which again is very interesting. Like all those Souls-like elements that keep adding from game to game, creating that greater From Software sort of. I think it's quite fascinating the way they reuse the same themes over and over. You know, like the golden centipede. Like in Sekiro, there's a whole thing with the centipedes and eternal life and all that. And in this one, right, the centipedes are a fetish of the Golden Order fundamentalists that hunt those who live in death because they're not allowed to keep. So there's also like a link with death and eternal life, and it's really interesting how it just keeps coming back in different variations of the same themes. Reuse the same assets. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it too, for sure. But I think it's interesting, like it builds this sort of meta lore across several games. I think that's quite fascinating. I really enjoy that. Okay, well, interesting. Based on her name and the prosthetic blade, she must have lost an arm to the rot, much like Millicent. I don't know. It feels a little early for me to like start writing notes, random like theories about what could be the links between the two, but I want to learn more. I think Maliketh's name is so badass. It is, yeah. Maliketh the Black Blade. What a cool name. I only wish so many names didn't sound so similar. It sometimes a little, you know, Marika, Maliketh, Malenia, Melina, Mikela, so many M names. And then you get all the God family, right? Godwin, Godfrey, Godric. It's easy to get confused with all those names. Rykard, Radon, Radagon. G, R, and M. Yeah. They love those letters. Yeah, once you put it together, it helps you. Like the god like lineage. I think it's interesting that it allows you to see like sort of the like you can see the family, right? Yeah, I mean, I typically do not have too many issues with those things, you know. I'm used to sort of keeping track of names and all that. I guess that's a side effect of writing. But I can see some people struggling with that a little bit. Like, I imagine like someone with like that dyslexia, right? That must be hell. Some of those names. Certain types of dyslexia. Alright, let's return to the entrance. I think that's it. Cool. Yeah. I think that's it for this. So what now? Yeah, Maliketh is a great name. I love it. It just sounds imposing. I'm really excited to go back to Caelid and do that Millicent stuff. Well, actually, no. I hate the thought of exploring the fucking rot swamp, where apparently the needle is hidden. But now that I've, you know, that I'm starting to see some links with the greater lore, it makes me really intrigued to do that quest. Can't believe I'm excited to go back to Caelid. I feel like I spent half of my playthrough trying to get away from Caelid. And now I'm like, oh yeah, let's go back. I feel like Jack in Lost. Have to go back. One second. There we go. Sorry. Needed to move some stuff around. Once you try rot, you keep coming for more. Oh, maybe that's it. Seinaya, I just got infected by the rot against the clean rot knight, and now I'm so it's reminding me of Caelid. You know, it's like that nostalgic feeling of the rot taking over you. You know, like, oh yeah, maybe I need to go back over there. Have you leveled at all since leaving Caelid? Nope. I am literally still level 69. We got level 69 after beating, I think, not long after beating the Godskin Apostle, right? And I don't think we've leveled up at all since. We were definitely level 69 when we arrived at Stormvale. We haven't leveled up at all. It's actually crazy how long it's been since we've leveled up anything. I feel like Dark Souls has life as fire, Bloodborne has life as blood, Sekiro has life as water. Yeah, there's always that theme, that same theme of like, you know, a cycle of death and life and eternal, like staying in life for too long, stagnant stuff being stagnating, and then turning bad because of it. And obviously with Dark Souls, the fire was the big thing, like the flame, right? Bloodborne was the blood, of course. Sekiro, the water, and also Sekiro had the dragon blood as well, so kind of a little attacking on several fronts there. But yeah, the water makes sense, you know, like there was a whole theme with that. And it feels like in Elden Ring it's represented, obviously nobody can confirm or deny what I'm thinking, but it feels like it's represented by an aspect of gold, right? Like all the golden stuff that's involved in that eternal life and that turns sour, and like the golden order collapsing. And but like the golden stuff, like the gold was supposed to represent that, like sort of the godliness and the, you know, the world revolves around money. No, that's real life. But yeah, like the tree is sort of that, the Erdtree is sort of that representation of gold and everything. Maybe something about the earth, like if we want to keep going with the elements, right? Maybe something about the earth, like the fact that it has its roots into the earth of the world. I don't know. I need to learn more about the sort of the lore before I can start making parallels like that, but you know, it's interesting. There's definitely interesting recurring themes in From Software games that I think is quite fascinating. Yeah. Flowing water, stagnant water. All very cool. I really need to replay Sekiro. I started playing it again in 2023, but I never yeah, I wasn't in the best headspace to play a From Software game in 2023, and so I gave up on my Sekiro deep dive into the lore and all that. We need to get to that at some point. What do you think would be the opposite of gold, just going off of what you're saying? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. But in the way it's presented in the game, it's like, you know, in like Dark Souls, like the fire becoming is a source of life, but it also sort of ended up dimming, like the first flame like dimming, and then life becoming stagnant, undead, the curse and all that. I feel like here there's like an opposition between like sort of the golden order and the normal cycle of things, right? Like the gods are immortal, the demigods are immortal, and then the humans have to die and return to the Erdtree, right? That was sort of like, from what I can understand, that's the idea behind the golden order. There's rules that have to be respected. And then suddenly everything got screwed up because I have notes on that. Wait. Everything got screwed up because of the Rune of Death. They found a way, and the Black Flame maybe potentially, to a certain extent. They found ways to kill gods and demigods, which was not supposed to happen, right? And especially the Rune of Death seems to have had a large effect, because they killed the first demigod with it, which was Godwyn. And then apparently, from what I can gather, again, it's all very, you know, like speculative, but they buried his body at the roots of the Erdtree. And the Erdtree, I guess, kept feeding itself on that corpse, right? On the earth around it and all that. And everything was infected with the Rune of Death. And so then death started spreading across the lands between, because of the root of the Erdtree going like so far deep and wide, right? And that's how we got that whole infection thing in Stormvale, right? We found that weird corpse at the bottom of Stormvale, which I'm fairly sure is related to that, with the thorny tentacles and all that. That was all a side effect of yeah, the Rune of Death sort of spreading across the land, right? And then those who live in death apparently come back to life, are infected by the same thing, like the Death Root, right? I feel like there was a mention of the Death Root being what they were getting their power from. Hold on, let me search. Those who live in death weed out their Death Root. Yeah, so the Death Root is present in those who live in death. And I have speculation that this is what brought them back to life. Somehow. I mean, it's all quite vague still, right? Like, obviously I'm missing, you know, I'm still very early in all of this, so I'm missing a lot of information, but I'm slowly piecing things together a little bit. Trying to keep things in mind, right? But there seems to be like a very clear opposition between the Rune of Death and whatever it represented. I think it's linked to Maliketh, because Maliketh the Black Blade is the one that possessed the Rune of Death, or was guarding it. And it was stolen from him, and then... I think Maliketh was not... He was not like an avatar of the Rune of Death. I think it was just protecting it. It was making sure nobody could steal it. And the reason why I think that is, at the same time, Maliketh the Black Blade, we know he defeated the Godskin Apostles to seal the Black Flame. And the Black Flame is something that can kill the gods, right? And so it makes me think that Maliketh was sort of... He was almost like a special agent for the gods and the demigods, trying to get rid of all the things that could kill them. He was sort of an arbiter of life and death. Like that, he was there to sort of make sure the Golden Order wouldn't be disrupted, right? The Black Flame, dangerous to the gods, we seal it away. The Rune of Death, we guard it. Nobody needs to, needs to have their hands on that, because it's dangerous to the order of things. I may be completely wrong, but that's sort of like the vibe that I'm getting. But eventually someone stole the Rune of Death from him and was able to kill a demigod as a result, right? During the Night of the Black Knives. So yeah, I'm going to be very interested to learn more about Maliketh as a character. I feel like he's very central to this whole thing. This sort of equilibrium that used to exist between maybe the Golden Order and death, right? As to, like, there was a mention of something that was called Destined Death. I'm pretty sure I remember a note about that. Destined Death. Where is it? I don't have a note on it, but I'm fairly sure it's on one of my items. God, can I even find it? Yeah, that sounds like a... I'm sure it's gonna come up again, but I remember a mention of Destined Death on an item or a spell or something. You missed it when highlighted? Oh yeah? It's very possible. Hold on. Oh! You're right. Yep, thank you. Godskin Apostles said to serve Destined Death. Wielders of the Black Flame were defeated by Maliketh, and the source of their power sealed away. And then I wonder if there was a link to the Carrion family, because they had the same, like, spinning weapon skill. That's interesting. So it seems like Destined Death is that sort of greater concept of death, right? That is inevitable. Destined death. It's gonna happen no matter what. And on the other end, you have the Golden Order, which is about maintaining, the gods are immortal, the demigods are immortal, and there's this sort of balance between the two, right? And then I guess at some point, death took over, as one of the demigods was killed. And that sort of collapsed the Golden Order and everything with it, and then the Elden Ring was shattered. I'm not sure on the timeline yet. Obviously, it's still very vague, but anyway, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna keep guessing too much. But I think those are important little concepts to keep in mind until we see more of it. Just curious about your thoughts. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, obviously, we're way too early for me to have, like, more precise informations, but hey, if we keep building and keep taking notes, eventually we should figure out a lot of it. You do have a note on Michaela, that's the other name I love. Oh yeah, I do have one, that's true. Hold on. I think it's one of the first notes we had, too. I don't know much about Michaela. Empyrean, loved by many people, but seems to have used tricks to do so. bewitching branch. Apparently, like, he was sort of manipulating people into liking him with like you know, plants and spells or whatever. And he loved water lilies of unalloyed gold, signifying faith in the Erdtree, whatever that is. Oh, interesting that there's a mention of unalloyed gold. The only other mention of unalloyed gold is the needle we need to find for Millicent. Did we not have another mention of the name? Are you talking about Melania? We did take notes about Melania today, and there was several notes about her already. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of mentions of Melania and all the people she fought. Actually, she fought like Godric. She fought Radon. She's been a little fighter. That one. That one, I don't know. She was put on this earth to kick ass, I guess. I don't know why, but yeah, she's been involved in a lot of fights. Yeah. I must say your content is hella unique. You might become a regular here. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. I try. I try to have my own flavor of things. And I mean, I'm not doing that. Like, it's not like an intentional thing. It's just, that's the way I like playing games. So I'm glad it feels unique. It's definitely a thing you need on Twitch, so uniqueness, right? Ask what R names you have so far. Let's see. It's a good way to go over my notes again, because I was planning on going over my notes when I was organizing them yesterday, but I ended up it was such a big endeavor that I ended up just focusing on the, you know, actually putting things in place rather than going over the notes again. I have Radagon, I have Rykard. I have Radon somewhere, I know, but he's probably in Ravenmount, but that's a place, I think. Let's see. Renala, who apparently is the queen of the full moon and ruler of Raya Lucaria. She's one of the demigods I need to kill, according to that other nerd. What's his name again? Gideon. She's one of the demigods that I need to kill, and I think she's at the academy. That's what I was told, so... we have Rena, which is the little witch we found at the beginning, which obviously makes me question if she and Renala are the same person. Renala, right? I don't know. Other R names. Put space there. Sorry about that. I know. Roderica, the heartbroken maiden, right? Rogier, the sorcerer. Yeah. I know his name is Rogier, but I like to call him Rogier. I think it's funnier. Khalid, Radon. Yeah, that's about it, I think. Yeah, so just to explain my notes, right? The world is all the stuff that I can't really place. So I put it in different categories: locations, factions, the ever jails, the sword monuments. I keep notes of everything, right? Like, I keep track of everything in the world. And then it's all separated by locations: Lernia, Limgrave, Weeping Peninsula, Schiffer River, Khalid, Dragon Barrow. And I'm putting them on the map the way they are in the world, right? Like, I'm putting things like correctly in the spatial, you know, situation. It helps me keep track of the notes more easily if I know where they are, like, map-wise. And then Roundtable Hole at the bottom. You have a to-do list here. And then random theories and questions at the bottom. That's the way I've been organizing my notes since yesterday. So, yeah. It's a whole thing. You know Rena was looking for that when she sees your fave #1? Hell yeah. She has a very cool design. Reminds me of the... You know Berserk, right? Grim, she reminds me of the witch. I don't remember her name in Berserk. Pretty clear that this is the, you know, their inspiration for her design. We know Miyazaki's a huge fan of the, you know, huge fan of what's his name? Miura's what? Yeah, I think so, Sanaya. I'm not a huge expert on Berserk. I've read the beginning of the manga a long time ago, so I would need to refresh my memory, but I know some of the designs, the characters. You don't like Berserk at all? Interesting. Yeah, I thought it would. I thought you would like it because of the dark fantasy aspects, but hey, the genre is not everything, right? There's good and bad in every genre, or rather, stuff we like and stuff we don't like. That's what I always say, right? Only two genres in everything. What I like and what I don't. Everything else is secondary. I love the music around here. Very chill. Okay, anyway. So all of this is pretty much cleared. Let me, some like that maybe. I haven't explored there, but I kind of want to explore this first and then go back to the bridge. Kind of like clear the back end of Liurnia before moving forward. You know. I'm trying to be methodical in my approach, but this is a very weird place to explore. The layout is very sort of broken up. Feeling very overwhelmed by this location. It's also huge. Like, it feels bigger than it looked, honestly. When I was on the cliffs, I was like, it doesn't look too big. Like, the academy doesn't seem too far. But when you're actually down the cliffs, it seems to expand. Like, it seems like the academy is further now than it was when I was on the cliffs. Perspective is a hell of a thing. Oh, come on. The fog plays a role, probably, yeah. Okay, so that leads up there, and there's a whole set of ruins there. Oh, I can see a flag, so I'm expecting some soldiers. Definitely a dog. Alright, let's see. Very cool. Where was the... That's the... Yeah, that was the beginning. Okay. I love that I'm sneaking around with a giant... Oh. Is that a statue or an enemy? Or what is this? Oh, that's... What's her name? Hold on, I feel like I'm gonna get... Okay, I'm scared of the fucking thing. I have a note on her. What's her name again? Let's see. There she is. Lightseeker Hayeda, the Blind Maiden. Okay. So she is now in Liurnia. We're gonna move her notes. We're gonna move her notes. Oop. Interesting. Unfortunately, I don't have any more grapes to give her. I haven't found another one. Or eyes, I should say. You know what? I'm gonna kill that thing. I feel like it's gonna attack me when I'm talking to her on the beach there. I just don't want to risk it on the shore. Oh shit. God, those things are annoying. Very strong. Took me so long to realize there were eyes. I don't remember if the description says something about it. I think it may be saying something about eyeballs. But yeah, I mean it's quite funny, right? What's up, Elisa? Oh my god, I'm getting wrecked! You just didn't read it? Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was saying anything. That's funny though. You think you're feeding her tasty grapes and then... Oh, fuck off! And then suddenly you realize you were just giving her eyes. Yeah, I don't know where that story is gonna go, but it's definitely very creepy. It's very, I don't know. Get lobstered. Yeah. The fact that she's a blind maiden, you're feeding her eyes so that she can see the light, like this, the whole concept is so fucking insane to me. Like it's really fascinating. Like it's one of those things that I want to know the lore behind it. It's like some pure, delicious dark fantasy juices. The kind of symbolism that I, you know, it's part of what makes dark fantasy so exciting to me. It's those really dark concepts and, you know. Mess with the lobster, you'll land in a dumpster. I must say, I've never heard that before. This is a first for me. I also never had lobster, so I don't know. Is it good? I know a lot of people like it, but it's okay. Is it like escargot? Like it's only good, it's only as good as the fucking sauce you put on it? I hate escargot, by the way. Oh, fuck off, dude. I'm getting absolutely wrecked by that thing. Why is this the hardest enemy in the game? God damn it, I can't figure it out. You're super picky with those kinds of foods. For you, it's a no. Yeah, typically typically I don't like seafood, so I'm not expecting to like lobster. I do like fish. I like sushi, for instance. Love sushi, in fact. But yeah, typical seafood, I'm not a huge fan. So yeah, sushi feels different. I don't know. Sushi's great. All you can eat sushi buffet. I always have that story of me and a friend that I was working out with all the time, was also a colleague from when I was a teacher. We would always go to that all-you-can-eat sushi restaurant. And they literally started asking us to tell them when we were, you know, when you like make a reservation, you'd say your name, but they, you know, they just don't remember your name. They told us to make sure we would tell them that it's us, because they needed to be ready for when we arrived at the place, so that the kitchen would put out more sushi and keep up with filling in the you know, the little conveyor belt thing. Because we would literally empty out the place when we would get there. We had a reputation. Anyway, I'm trying to tell a story while I'm fighting this thing and I'm not doing a very good job at it, I'm sorry. I'm dead. I'm not. Hungry humans? Yeah, especially like we would go there after working out and everything, right? So we were starving. Okay. The only right way to eat sushi is to eat enough for the whole day and the next. If you can... If you're hungry again for food the next day, you did not take advantage of the all-you-can-eat buffet. Yeah, all you can eat sushi buffet is it's been typically we had like this tradition every year to go there with that friend I mentioned, even when we weren't working together and we weren't hitting the gym together anymore because I stopped teaching, right? So we barely see each other anymore. But it was a tradition every year to sort of go there once every summer and kind of talk about the year that passed, right? Like like what happened during the year. That was kind of our tradition. But we haven't done that last year, and I'm very sad about it. And not the year before either, I don't think. Because like 2023 was a rough year for me, so I don't think we went there. Yeah, so I really need to make sure we do that this summer. I really need to make sure we go there again over the summer. Oh yeah, we wanted to do it last year, but he was having a second kid on the way, and his wife was struggling still. He wanted to, you know, he didn't want to leave her alone at the time, and that's why we didn't do it. We'll have that much more to talk about this year, I guess. That's a good excuse, yeah. Can only respect that. So yeah, we'll have almost 3 years worth of stuff to talk about. That's gonna be great. I had sushi for my partner's birthday just yesterday. Hell yeah, Captain Max. That's awesome. Doing that for my birthday in a couple of weeks. Everyone's fucking getting sushi. Now I'm jealous. I was already craving lasagna today. Now I'm not craving lasagna anymore. I'm craving sushi. Thanks, guys. Summer vibes? I guess so, yeah. But yeah, I don't know if I would be a big fan of lobster. Maybe I'll try one day. Lasagna filled with sushi. I'm gonna go with no on that one. We need some food sponsorship around here. Yeah, we need to. I need to get sponsored by an all-you-can-eat buffet. That's what I need. Delivering me food every week, you know. Hell yes, Oro. Yeah, isn't even like, aren't lobster feeding off of like all the trash at the bottom of the ocean? That does not make me want to eat them. They're bottom feed. Yeah, they're like the cockroaches of the sea. So are pigs. Fair. And pork is kind of okay. Yeah, pork is good. I like a good pork. Like a good, you know, a good piece of pork. I'm okay with that. I think beef's better, but, you know. Man, this looks good. Hogwarts! I'm coming! I need to know which house I'm getting sorted into. I don't know. You'd be Ravenclaw, I think. So I did the extended. I don't know if you've ever done the extended test, like the you know, there was the Pottermore test or whatever, and there was an extended version of it that another website put together by like accumulating all the questions. Because like typically when you do the Pottermore test, you only get like a certain subset of questions, and so to get a more precise thing, like a website compiled all the questions, and it gives you the exact percentages. And I was exactly at the same percentage between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. I think it was 35 Ravenclaw, 35 Hufflepuff, 20% Slytherin, 10% Gryffindor. I think that was my result, roughly. And so I figured maybe the hat would give me a choice, right? Like Harry, you get a choice between the two, which one I would rather pick. I don't know. I think Hufflepuff looks cozy, and they're near the kitchen. It feels like it would be more interesting food-wise. I don't know if that's a good argument, but yeah, like most people, you're not the first person to say that. Most people think I would be a Ravenclaw. I guess that's the sort of the vibe I'm projecting, I guess. You know, I talk a lot. I spend hours thinking, taking notes about bullshit. I guess it's a very Ravenclaw trait. I don't know. That's exactly what a Hufflepuff would say. Yeah, I don't know. The whole school bullies you for being a Hufflepuff? I don't care about that. They can bully me, I'll just eat food to forget. The delicious Hufflepuff food. I don't know, I think being a... Like, the Hufflepuff house looks much cozier than the Ravenclaw one. I think. And maybe I would be one of the you know, maybe I would be one of the most... I would be maybe a different flavor of Hufflepuff. Maybe I would stand out a little bit more than I would amongst the Ravenclaws. I don't know. I think I would be more stimulated, like intellectually stimulated, if I wasn't with the Ravenclaw, though. Probably. But who needs to be stimulated when you can have food all the time? I don't know, it always comes back to food. I don't know what's up with that, but... Yeah, it feels like Hufflepuffs are a little bit, you know, they're little pranksters. Which fits with the Slytherins as well, yeah. I like Slytherins. I would definitely be friends with some Slytherins. Just because I think they would be cool and they have that edge that I enjoy in people. Which is probably what gave me quite a few points in Slytherin as well, you know. Yeah, Sane, yeah. Should I call you just Sane, or you want like the full Saneya? Saneya. Makes me think of Saint Seiya for some reason. Loved that anime when I was a kid. I'd be Ravenclaw, I'd reckon. But yeah, Slytherin and Ravenclaw being your top, Grim, I can see that for sure. You definitely feel like a Slytherin at heart and a Ravenclaw in the brain. That makes sense. Some random name I thought of for a shaman in WoW like 15 years ago. That's funny. It's kind of funny how many people Ihuaraquax. Ihuaraquax. The name doesn't ring a bell. Am I supposed to have a reference? If it's a reference to something, either I forgot or I never knew it. But yeah, oh, it's in the Witcher books. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I will say, I'm sorry to say, but I'm not a huge fan of The Witcher. I played all of them, and I never finished one of them. I always sort of got bored with them before I could finish any of them. It is what it is. I'm sorry. It's me and open world games. We don't get along too much. And I've never read the books either. Yeah, I hear they're pretty different. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't read the books either. I don't know, maybe... I enjoy watching people play those games, though. I really enjoy watching people play Witcher, more than I enjoy playing them myself. Okay, it is a mosquito. I just saw it fly again in front of me. First mosquito of the year, people. It is officially there. now you get to hear me complain about mosquitoes every day on stream. Going forward. Until fucking November, probably. You're Polish, so you... Yeah. That makes sense. What's a B-side? How are you doing today? Yeah. I think you should watch a playthrough of the series. I am doing that, as a matter of fact. I'm watching Grim play through Witcher. Hopefully she'll play all 3 of them to the completion, and I'll get to enjoy all of it. It's been really fun watching her play the first one so far. Especially when she was accidentally doing a challenge run, because she didn't realize she could upgrade her character. And I don't blame you, that was not very clear, the way it was presented. But hey, it led to some really fun moments, so... Hopefully she has better tastes than you. Wow, Shepard. How dare you say that? But also, fair enough. What's up, Know You? Kind of doing a challenge run yourself with that big HP? Yeah, but mine is intentional, right? Hers wasn't. That was the point. She was just getting wrecked by the game and wondering what she was doing wrong all this time. And then it was like, oh, I just didn't upgrade my character. Oh, the game's easy now. Oh. So funny. But yeah, I don't know, like, Witcher 3, I was really enjoying Witcher 3 for the first part that I played, right? Like the White Orchard and the Baron questline, all of this was really fucking interesting. And then suddenly I arrived in the city and I was just like, ugh, it's just, it's a little, it got a little too slow for me, like story-wise. And so I kind of burned out on it, but could have been... It was in 2023. 2023 was a difficult year for me, mentally speaking, and I think that also made it difficult for me to have the focus necessary for games like that. It's also probably part of the reason why I ended up dropping Red Dead Redemption 2, right? Although, I mean, for Red Dead 2, we you know, I had very clear reasons. It was much more clear-cut than Witcher. Witcher was just like, yeah, I got a little tired of it. Red Dead Redemption 2 was like, that game does not respect me. I fucking hate it. Yeah, that clip is the perfect representation of why I stopped playing Red Dead 2. Yeah. Yes, and I know, yeah. I can see that, yeah, but... Yeah, I think my playstyle in Witcher 3 did not gel very well together. On the contrary, I feel like my playstyle in Elden Ring works really well together. Because the slow, meticulous thing allows me to see a lot of stuff, and then you put the whole story together with the notes, and it becomes like a whole game in itself, right? The discovery and the putting things together, it's almost like an extra layer of gameplay to me. With The Witcher, it was just more sort of tedium that ended up burning me out, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Sainaya. I think that's why it's working so well for me. I really love the way my playstyle is sort of rewarded by Elden Ring all the time, right? I don't feel like I'm following a checklist or anything. I'm just, you know. But I'm just... everything feels intentional. Like I'm driving myself to look at every fucking little corner. Because it's fun and you get rewarded by interesting lore and all that, right? That to me is what really excites me, I guess. Elden Ring is larger than Witcher. I don't know, like Witcher with all the DLCs, that seemed pretty massive. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, they're both fucking huge, right? But oh yeah, Cyberpunk 2077 was a masterpiece. Like, actually incredible. I went into Cyberpunk thinking I was gonna burn out on the open world stuff like I did for Witcher. So I was not, you know, I was sort of unsure. And I ended up loving every second of it. The immersion in Cyberpunk 2077 is the best I've ever seen in a video game. Of that nature, I should say. There's other super immersive games, like something like Soma or, you know, Alien Isolation, those types of games. But in an open world RPG, I think Cyberpunk 2077 was the greatest immersion. And personally, my personal experience with it was one of the most immersive games I've ever played. It was such a fucking blast. What's up, Chicken Spanish? What's the last boss I fought? A little... We found the Clean Rot Knight in the cave here, but if we're talking about major boss, I've only fought Godric. It's my only major boss, right, so far. Longest to complete. Yeah, like if you go by like longest to get like, let's say 100%, I would believe Witcher 3 to be right up there, just because there's so many side quests and shit, right? Not necessarily like in like the surface of the map or, you know, but like the amount of time needed to complete everything, I can definitely imagine Witcher 3 to be right up there. There's just so much in that game, excluding games like, you know, something like Daggerfall, because like Daggerfall is impossible to complete, right? Not only is the map gigantic and procedurally generated, it also, like, I think procedurally generates quests for you, so like you literally can never finish it. But like a game that has like a clear sort of frame to it, right? Like Witcher. Yeah, I think it makes sense that Witcher 3 is, if not the one of the longest complete games ever. But yeah, so Chicken Spanish, my journey was very, very weird. We spent a lot of time in Caelid very early in the game. I haven't explored everything, but we have explored some of these areas. Like, to give you an idea, I'm 160 hours into the playthrough almost already. And we've only defeated one main boss, right? So... And yeah, everything's on YouTube. Yeah. Everything gets uploaded on YouTube if you want to catch up on the VODs and all that. It's all in there. Yeah, no, it's been a long journey, Chicken Spanish. Not only, I mean, to be fair, I play pretty slowly, right? We stop all the time, we have conversations, we enjoy taking our time. But yeah, I've also explored quite a bit more than I should have before I got to Stormvale. What's the hardest boss you faced? The longest was Godskin Apostle here. I think Blackblade Kindred was more difficult, even though I beat him a few hours faster. I think Blackblade Kindred was more difficult just because he was so unreliable with the, you know, the sort of incline area we were fighting him on. Godskin Apostle felt more fair, but it was also more challenging overall. Like, we spent a lot of time on that boss, 4 days. And the other of the top three was Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior, the duo there. Yeah. That's the top 3 difficulty of the bosses we fought so far. Yep. Where do the notes rank as a boss? Oh, well, the notes are always the top 1, right? It's starting to get big. It is starting to get big. I cannot wait to see how massive those notes are gonna look like by the end of it. Can you imagine the size of that thing? It's gonna be so good. I can't make promises yet, but we've been thinking maybe like $10 suggested that maybe we could do something where I export the notes as like a PDF or something. Or maybe a file of some kind that we can then put online on a link that you guys can access, and we update it like every day after the stream or something. Or when it feels worth doing. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll have to look into it. I don't know what my options are in terms of exportation, so we'll have to see. I have a question. Do streamers like you have a job and do this on the side, or is this your full time? Well, I can't speak for all streamers. Everyone, is different, but me personally, streaming is my main source of income with writing. I'm also a published writer, and so I have 2 books out there that, even though they released quite a few years ago, and I haven't written anything since, because I don't know, I've gone through some rough times and I didn't feel like writing for a while. Those 2 books still generate some income, so every year I'm getting some royalties, but most of my income's from streaming at this point. Yeah, which between the both, I survive. I'm very lucky in that I do not have to pay rent. Because I'm living in my late grandmother's apartment, so I have the I was lucky to benefit from being able to live rent free, so that obviously helps. But yeah, I don't know, the channel, channel's been growing over the past couple years, and I'm probably gonna write something else soon, and I'm still looking for other ways to monetize my writing. Maybe working in, I'm always on the lookout to maybe do something in the gaming industry. We'll see, or do some other things, to maybe generate extra income. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's a bit of a grind, but you do what you do. I would rather be my own boss and live on my own terms and be happy doing the things that I do, rather than having a lot more money and be miserable like I was when I was a teacher. I mean, I also have still some savings from when I was teaching, which, sort of allows me to take some risks, because I'm not, if suddenly all of this collapses, I'm not gonna end up in the streets, overnight. I'm gonna have some time to pivot, I guess, so. And I can always go back to teaching if I have to. Like, there's literally a lack of teachers around the world, and especially in Switzerland, so I could definitely go back to teaching tomorrow if I wanted to. So. Yeah, my books are in French, so if you don't speak French, unfortunately, you can't read them. I do plan on writing a novel in English soon. That's the thing I want to do. We'll see. Yeah, sane. I feel like, I mean, I guess it depends, right? Especially, like, streaming is such a, streaming can take many forms. And I feel like almost any job you do outside of streaming can be something you feed into your stream in one way or another, right? If you're a cook, you can do cooking streams. If you're, there's so many different things you can use for streaming. Even being a teacher. Like, the fact that I used to be a teacher, I feel helps me stream in many ways. In terms of, like, sort of moderating a large group, like a group of people in a chat, and just moderating conversation, or communicating information to people and all that, those things. I think being a teacher helps with that, and I've done plenty of other jobs, like I have done plenty of things on my way to where I am now. So all of it sort of feeds into who I am. And when you're a streamer, you, more than anything, you sell yourself, right? That's what it is. You just call us a bunch of children? Nope. You did that in chat, several of you. I did not say anything remotely like that. It's just... to me, it's just about communication. As a teacher, you learn to communicate clearly, and I think that helps as a streamer. And I still fail at that sometimes. You can always get better. But yeah, like in my 20s, I was, you know, I was very involved in the music industry. Music was my life. I was playing in different bands. I created an independent record label with some friends, and we would like produce and manage different bands in Switzerland and all that. We did that for a long time. I worked, you know, I worked retail jobs for a while when I was studying in uni. So yeah, I mean, you know, and a lot of other stuff that I'm not necessarily gonna mention, but yeah, I've done a whole lot of different things, and I've always taken things very seriously. When I'm doing something, I like doing it seriously. I don't know, I'm not someone who can just do something I'm passionate about and not feel super invested and ambitious about it. It's the same about video games. Like, I have fun playing video games, but if I'm passionate about a game, I'm just gonna learn everything I can about it, and I'm just gonna try to be the best I can at it. And I don't know. I think I'm a very intense individual. And just when I'm passionate about something, I just can't stop obsessing over it and taking it seriously, you know. They are, Jode, yeah. Don't worry, no, I'll... It's all stuff you can talk about around a family dinner table. I just don't... There's some things I don't want to start conversations about. It would take a long time. Anyway. And I can, you know, let's be honest, I can also do things for fun and mindless fun and not think about it. I'm not saying like everything needs to be like super ambitious and all of that. But typically when I get super passionate about something, I can't help myself. I see things on a grand scale. Relatable? I don't know. Which you know, can sometimes be difficult because sometimes I wish I could just do a project just for fun and not have to, you know, get super intense about it. And it can be also difficult for others around me sometimes because I sometimes take things seriously when maybe I should be more easygoing about it, but I don't know, it's just, I don't know, can't help it. But yeah, like a great example is these days when I'm not streaming, like one of the games that I play off stream is Tekken, right? I play a lot of Tekken. I've always loved fighting games, and I play a bunch of Tekken 8. I'm taking that, like, I'm approaching that thing like a fucking job. Like I'm there studying things, and I'm like checking guides all the time. I'm taking notes all the time on my matchups and all that, and I'm not just doing it like a, you know, oh yeah, I'm just playing game, it's fun. No, I want to be the fucking best. You know, I want to master my fucking thing. And I know I'll never be the best. I'm never gonna be a professional player. But I'm still. I can't just play the game and have fun. I need to be really good at it. I need to study the shit out of it. I don't know. It's just the way my brain works, I guess. Sounds like you have Virgo in your birth chart. Oh shit, someone did my birth chart a while ago. I don't remember. I may have some, I'm not sure. Maybe, I don't know. Do you know how to... I mean, I'm sure there's a website to do a star chart, right? I can look into it. I'm a Leo. You know, what's it called? Like rising sun sign or whatever. I'm a Leo, right? 25th of July, my birthday. And I think my moon sign or whatever it's called is Aquarius, but I'm not sure. Sun, Cancer, Virgo rising. Yeah, I don't know. I need to look into those charts. It's always funny. I remember doing that with a friend that was really interested in that. Did my star chart at some point, but I don't remember all the results. It was like a couple of years ago. Did you sign up for what you told chat to remind you of? Was it... What was it? I don't remember, Elden Ring. Was it for my front page thing on my birthday, or was it something else? Because I did that, yes. I'm super into that stuff. Astrology nerd. Makes sense, based from what the little I know. That's the one? Yeah, I did that. Yeah. 25th. I haven't gotten an answer yet if I've been accepted. So maybe we won't get it, but if I get front page, it's gonna be on the 25th of July. For my birthday stream. Should be fun. Yeah. It's gonna be fun regardless. I don't need the front page to have a fun stream, but I don't know exactly what the content's gonna be that well. I'm not sure yet. It should be different. It should be a little bit of a special stream, but I'm not sure exactly what shape it's gonna take. What the fuck is front page? Basically, you end up on the when you go on Twitch TV, right? No slash anything. Twitch TV, you get a carousel with people on the front page, right? And you can be put on that carousel to get accepted, which gives you a whole bunch of extra viewers. Yeta was me hella confused about someone walking around her without saying a word like that. I mean, it's not like she can see. I'm just gonna go away and pretend that wasn't me, and then I'll come back. Someone walking around? No, that wasn't me. No. She kind of looks like a Dark Souls 3 Firekeeper. I mentioned that the other day with the thing around her eyes and all that. Or the Maiden Demon Souls, I guess. Well, not quite. The Maiden was a bit different, but... Alright, we need to talk to her, though. Yeah. And then we'll go up here, and down there, and reconnect to the bridge. That's the plan. $10 knows where this is going, and so does Shepard, I think. The Firekeeper, DS3 definitely had more fashion. Oh yeah, I mean, the Firekeeper in Dark Souls 3 is one of the coolest characters in the game. So... There were some really cool looking characters in Dark Souls 3. Holy crap. I keep thinking about like Sister Frieda. How cool she is. There's a Sister Frieda skin in Night Rain, isn't there? Yep. It's a shame that there's no Dark Souls 3 Firekeeper skin. Sister Frida PTSD. Oh, Sister Frida was my favorite boss in Dark Souls 3. I spent, I don't know, like 5 days on her or something, like 24 hours, I think, total. It was a crazy saga, but it was so much fun. She would have gotten so beat if it wasn't for that. The invisible shit, I loved it so much. The way that you could, like, listen to where she was landing and all that. Ugh, that was so fun. I got really good at, like, you know, hearing where she would land and, like, going straight for her and blasting her even before she reappeared. Well, I mean, after 20 hours, hopefully I was getting good at the fight, but it still took me a long time. Like Gale? Okay. I know a lot of people, yeah. A lot of people enjoy Gale. I don't know, there was something with Gale that didn't... What was it again? I think the random lightning striking in one of the phases kind of made me mad. I think it felt like a tiny unfair thing in an otherwise excellent fight. The random lightning striking, and that could completely throw you off. But also, I had almost no HP. Like, I was doing also no HP upgrades for Dark Souls 3, right? So obviously the lightning was almost one-shotting me, so that didn't help, I would say. Mid-year, I think, was amazing. I really like mid-year. Learning mid-year was one of the most fun I've had in a game ever. That was a great dragon fight. Maybe the best dragon fight I've seen from Software do so far. Anyway. Talking to Ayera, it is. Let's see.
Hello? Is someone there? Would you donate any Shabiri grapes in your possession to me? I'm on a pilgrimage in search of the distant light, and when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel the light in the back of my eyes.
I like that she's talking to me exactly like the first time. It's almost as if she didn't recognize me, right? She's just giving the same speech every time.
Hello? Would you donate any Shabiri grapes?
That's so interesting.
I'm on a pilgrimage.
It's the exact same line in the exact same cadence. As if I'm someone completely new. But I do not have Shabiri grapes. That's unfortunate. But at least I know where she is. That's good. So whenever we find some, we know where she's on the map. We can find her. That's awesome. Okay, so now I guess we explore those ruins. Ruins, sorry, not ruins. Ruins. And then we go back to the road and we go back all the way to the bridge. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story for tomorrow. All right. Oh, man, what a stream. I feel like we've made very little progress, but a lot of fun. Yeah, I had a lot of fun today. Some juicy lore. Still some interesting exploration. One dungeon, one boss. A little bit of exploration in Liurnia. Makes me really excited to get back into it tomorrow. In about a little more than 18 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. For more adventures of Elden Ring. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate you. Thank you, everyone, for the support. Thank you, Brendan, for the raid. Thank you for all the resubs, the little bits here and there. And more than anything, thank you for your time. Time is the most valuable thing we have in this life. And you choose to spend a little bit of it with me. I appreciate that. You all have better things to do, but I'm very glad you do not realize that. Thank you for the lurks and the conversations. Very happy with this stream. We'll get back to it tomorrow. Yeah. Let's see. Are we sending a raid or what? Let's look at what's going on here. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna send you guys to my good friend Nasrallah, who's doing Dark Souls 1 plus DLC, no hit. He has a personal best of 3 right now. He's trying to do the whole game hitless, all bosses. It's a whole freaking challenge. Nasrallah is good people. I highly recommend his channel. Good conversations. Good times over there. Anyway, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.